I have more than like 15 years of experience in the field of Bharatanatyam. And I love to write Tamil Kavidegal. And some of my Kavidegal were featured in Chittirai Sirappidal 2002. It's an UK magazine. I was like very honored for that because it's like the first international magazine which was published. I've never thought of publishing my poems when I was in India. So thank you for that opportunity. And later on, I recently received an IIW Award 2022, Inspiring Indian Women Award, which took place at House of Parliament, London, in the Bright Artist category. I'm very thankful for UK for giving me all these opportunities. And now I'm gonna explain how I reached till here. So first, when I was thinking to do my master's, I was like searching, like I was into my research. How am I going to fix an university and where I'm going to do it? I ended up selecting UK. Most of us know, yeah, there are like the best universities in UK. So I ended up selecting UK. And then about the university, when the university thing popped up, I was like very much confused because there was like lots of universities, lots of cities, which to select, what to go. So these things, I got a lot of advice from my friends. I got a lot of advice from consultancies. Later on, with a lot of like research, I ended up selecting University of Leicester. Why? Because University of Leicester is like a very positive, supportive, and an encouraging place, to be very frank. And why Leicester? Leicester is the most affordable students accommodation. I mean, it's the destination for student because coming with the food cost, accommodation, it fits so perfectly. So I selected Leicester. And my classes slowly started with online sessions because it was during the pandemic situation. But it wasn't that bad because they started with orientation sessions, workshops, events, introduction sessions, which was like, yeah, very lively. First, it was a bit intimidating for me because it's like a completely new atmosphere, completely new surrounding. Later on, I slowly started to adapt. The thing is, I came out of my comfort zone because I was like, with all these boundaries, I was like a bit fixed. Then I started to come out of my comfort zone. I felt really, really helpful. So I'm going to explain about the personal adjustment period, I would call. I was just thinking, okay, how long it's going to take me for me to adapt in an entirely new city, which I've never visited in my entire life. So it's like, I've never visited Leicester. I don't know how it's going to be. I've never visited UK. So it was really, I was like thinking, okay, what are the experience I'm going to have? Later on, it wasn't that long for me to adapt over here. Adaptation to the university in the pandemic was not harder as well. It didn't take that long because university made it more lively. I could connect with the seniors. I could connect with my batchmates. They were like Instagram, FB, like more of Zoom sessions. So these things made it like even more easier for us. Later on, when I was selecting the university, the second thing I noticed was like the students, like who I'm going to study with, my batchmates and my seniors who I asked help for, like, because they would know better about the university. They would give me a greater advice than rather than Googling stuff. So I searched on my FB pages, Instagram pages about who are the current students over there, who are the seniors who passed out. So who are the alumni? I took some of their contacts and it was really, really helpful. They were like very kind. They were like very encouraging. You can do it. Nothing, don't worry. Those were like very supportive. Next, the one thing was about my accommodation. To be very frank, it terrified me a lot, like accommodation, because you have to check in the accommodations a month before, because you have to think about the place near to the university, the safety, the rent cost. So these things come. So I was a bit um, taken back, but yeah, I could find it a better place. It was like a very good place. Like I found a private studio. Many of the universities are offering like students accommodations, like they offer their own accommodations. Students can as well go with those, or there are private studio accommodations like which I selected, which was like very nice. The next thing was like you have to check with like the people, because you're going to share your living space, your room, your kitchen. You're going to share your whole space with someone new who you doesn't even like know, or they're not even you're going to be your friends. You're going to start it very new. So it was like a bit not on my thing, because this was the first time me going out of my home. So but I was okay to adapt on that. The thing is like, okay, I was in good terms with those people, like who I was living along with. I wasn't that, okay, you shouldn't believe anyone at first, so don't get too close, but be in good terms, know about your neighbors. Even in case of any emergency, these are the people who are going to help you. Any trouble, any problem. We are in all way like a new country whom like we have to have contacts. So contacts are the important. The next thing was like my room, like to be called like I preferred my room like a most important thing, because most of the time I spent there after my university. Before exploring the outer world, I thought of keeping my room first the priority, because I have to do my assignments, my projects, my exams. Everything was like the my room was my main factor. So I would suggest students who are coming to UK to keep your room a bit lively, because we all know your rooms are a bit tiny, these clean white walls, which is a bit boring for me. I didn't feel like home. So I thought of a bit of decorating it. I like, for example, posters, pictures of my family members, which I mean, I shouldn't miss them. So I kept those pictures, cute little plants, like LED lights all over. So I just decorated it to be a bit of a pleasant place. So that resulted into a good productivity, to be very frank, because the place was pleasant. I could concentrate on my studies. I could concentrate on my assignment. There was no disturbance. So that led to a lot of productivity. The next thing was like about socializing. Yeah, that's the most important thing in an entirely new place. But there are two main things which you have to concentrate on: the balance and the limit. You should balance both. I mean, you should have these two factors in mind. There will be a lot of distractions because it's like entirely a new thing. So there'll be like each and everything is new. So, but do think which is necessary for you. Do not get distracted. Do not rush into things which are not for you, because everything is new, everything will attract. But step back, think, and then react to it. If you're not comfortable, tell a no, or don't involve in those things. Don't push yourself to be the person you're not. That I would highly recommend for new students who are going to come here, who are going to explore. Next, socializing is one thing, and opening up is the other thing, which I would say like open up always, whatever it may be. It might be a help, a doubt. You might have a doubt in your mind to ask whether to the tutor or not, or the classmates to talk with them, or if it might be a small help from them. Just open up, speak out for you. Building up contacts is like very important thing, which I felt the most important factor, because when I came here, I do prefer my own circle. When I was in India, I was like, okay, I have a few friends, I prefer my own circle. I won't go out of my boundary. That was Sneha, which was like who was in India. But later on, when I came to UK, I was like, okay, all alone. I have to not to depend on anyone completely. So I started building up my contacts as much as I can. I attended many events. I attended some workshops. I attended new people. I tried it. I try to talk to them. If I'm not comfortable, I do step back. But if is it like worth it, I do give a try for it. So try out new things, open up. The next thing, when selecting the university, the main thing is like financial factors. Because when selecting UK itself, you have to keep this in mind. It is the first thing which popped into my mind when I was doing it. Because I went into an student's educational loan, and I think that is the best method to go, because you would be more responsible. You have to repay the loan, and that would that would build up a responsibility for you. So I think that is the best way. Or if some guys are like self-funding, like if you are financially stable, you can go for a self-funding option. And there are like a lot of scholarships which are available for like various universities. For example, I do got a scholarship of £3,000, which was like very beneficial for me. So there are like plenty of scholarships which you can, it differs from different universities, but that is like very helpful for people. The next thing, okay, the financial factor ends up in the loan, your tuition fee, your living cost. But the main thing is like you have to keep a track of the monthly money which you're going to spend after coming here. So not at least on the daily basis, just on a weekly basis or the monthly basis, you can have a track record, like how much you are going to spend on your groceries, your rents, your bills, for your personal needs. So just have a split up, because you're not with your family anymore. There are going to be burdens on you. There are going to be like sudden things which are going to be emergency or sudden surprises. Like you might end up with, like, if you don't have a track, it might be a big problem later on, which I have seen in many of my friends. So budgeting is very, very, very important. Try to keep a track of whatever you're spending. It is good to be independent, self-sufficient, but keep budgeting also in the mind so that you will have a happy journey, like a good phase of this. The next thing I would suggest is self-care. That is the most important thing, which I think is like very much needed for us. Like people are coming from their home very, very long from India or from any other country. They miss home. The self-care will be missing. Like they don't take time. Just take time for yourself. I know you will feel homesick. And if you are like me, it will be like double the pain for sure. So just take time, like schedule your daily activities and take some time for some personal space for yourself, where that is the place for self-care. So try doing out something new for yourself, something healthy, something productive. Go for a walk, just play some music, dance in the room. That would make you lively. That would like open up your mind. I know you would be like more stressed sitting in the room thinking about assignments, thinking about your masters, how to finish it. Okay, where am I? Oh, this much of money I've spent. These things will pop up into the mind in the middle of your masters. Obviously, this will come because I have faced all these. But don't give up. Take time for yourself. Sit, think, be strong. And like mental health is important. So don't get lost. Like it's okay. You surround with like good people, genuine people, and talk to them, spend time, spend some quality time, cook for yourself a good meal, or go out, read a book. Write something if you like, write a diary, or write about your family, like how do you miss them, or just give them a call, talk to them, spend time with your friends, like old friends, good memories, but don't get lost. Yeah. So after everything, all these things are the bits and pops like which comes into mind when we are selecting the university, when we are coming newly. These were like the first 5 to 6 months of my journey when I came here. These were the things which were popping here and there. Later on, slowly you start building up. Like you start adapting to the university, you start adapting to the your course. So slowly internships, your workshops, your events, these comes out. Internships, these are the most important things. Whatever it might be a paid internship, unpaid internship, just go out for it. Learn as quickly as you can, grab some experience. It's good for you and for your career. It's an add-on value in your resume. So just go for it. If it's a good opportunity, just grab it. You don't know, you might end up with a good work. So it is good for building up your resume. Any summer programs which the university conduct, just apply for it, just join for it. Most of them are free of cost. For example, I had a summer program. It was about English speaking and some British cultural program where they teach us about how the British culture is about, and they told many things like about the language, about their culture, how is everything. So these were like few sessions which I attended. So there are many, like about one English class is one of them. There are many motivational classes. There are many which you can improve your academic skills as well as your personal skills. So just go into it, join the workshops as much as you can, attend events, attend internships, attend some training, get some real world experience. It will be very, very helpful when you search a work as a fresher mainly. Because when I was doing my course was like a 1 year course. I did my international management. It was like more or less like an MBA, which had all these subjects called like accounts, finance, marketing, which I've never I had no background in it. I completed my civil engineering when I was in India. So I had no connectivity with MBA or these stuffs. But I tried to connect with my seniors. They were like very helpful. They supported me. They taught me new subjects. Um, they taught me accounts because accounts is like not my area where I scare a lot. So they taught me those things. They were like, so connect with people, so connect, learn a lot. Then my course was for 1 year. I completed my course and I was like randomly applying for like many interviews. Just don't stick up with one of the interview. If you don't get it, just leave it. No worries, just calm, think, and just apply for how much ever interviews you can. Attend few interviews. At least you will know how the job is and how the interview is going to happen. Because in India it's completely different, but coming to UK they have a completely different process to start with and to end. It takes few months to go into a job. The process is very long, so start from the scratch. Even before like few months of your graduation, think about what you're going to do in the future. Like think about like 6 months in advance. Think about, okay, where am I going to be in 6 months? What is the thing, what is the plan for me after graduation? Yeah, in between you can do part times. That is the important thing as well. Like students, there are a lot of part time jobs available. You can go for a restaurant job. Yeah, you get a basic salary everywhere. So you can go for a restaurant. There are warehouses, anything. If you're good at something, teach people. I was handling some dance sessions. So for example, yeah, like that. If anything, like it might be just, if it's your passion, just try to put it into your part time and you will enjoy it more. So part times will help you a little bit. They are beneficial, yeah, to your monthly expenses. You can cover up and you can stop the pressure from your family side so that you can have a balance. That way it will make you self-sufficient as well. You will gain confidence, and you won't get a bigger experience or a greater experience in the part-time, to be frank, because it's like most of them are not like professional part-times. It depends like which one you're up to. For example, one of my friend is like he went to a part-time as a graphics designer. That's a very good start. Like he was interested into digital sites and he went to a part-time with a graphics, like a freelancer. So if you get opportunities like that, you can grab it, or whatever, just go, but be very safe that don't get into any other, like don't exceed your hours. This is the very important thing. If you are like allowed to work 20 hours per week, stick to it. I heard that one of the university student has been like caught. He worked almost 36 hours a week and he has been caught, and he has again sent to India. There was like some news regarding this. So be very, very careful. Stick to those 20 hours. Do whatever is legal. Don't get into stuffs which you are not into really. The next is before graduating itself, I started applying because my graduation after my completion was like around a 3-month period. So in that meantime, I went to few part times and to attend some workshops regarding I was more interested in marketing. So I was thinking to go into digital marketing, management side. I was like bits and pops here and there. I was like trying to connect it all together so that I will end up in a good job. Later on, I tried to attend few interviews, and one of my friends suggested that there are like openings here and there. I just applied on the company websites. Luckily, I got selected at Boohoo, uh, which I love the most. Like, it's a very cool place to work. And now, currently, I'm working as a merchandising administrator. It's like the thing which I made it right now. Before me graduating, I got my job. Later on, I graduated. It was like two happy things at the same time. My family was very happy. My friends were like very supportive. They were like cheering me. Yes. So yeah, these were the things which I went through. So what I would suggest is, it's like a new opportunity, a new chance, a new beginning. So altogether, you have to make it happen somehow, because there are many people who are like supporting for you from back. Your family, for example, your friends, they are like, for me, they were like my pillars. Obviously, without them, which I could have not come here, I could have not been here, I could have not even talked with you right now. So these were the things which happened because of my family and my friends, which there's no words to thank them. And this was my journey till now, hoping the best for the future as well. And yeah, I would like to pass this to my friend Ram. He will explain about how his experience was in UK. Same, he came as a student like me, so he's gonna tell from his point of view.
Hi, good morning, all. My name is Ram. So I came to UK on like September 2019, and I'm from India, Andhra Pradesh. And like when came to the UK, like I selected University of Greenwich. So like one of my sister was in the UK. She was settled up here, so like she suggested me to come to UK to have like good college. I don't even have a plan to come to UK really. So she suggested me to come to UK, and like, okay, let's have some university. At the till that, I'm not even having any idea to come to UK. So after that, she suggested me some of the universities, and I studied, like I researched some of the universities, like okay, what I have to do or what is the next process. Literally, I don't know to how to come to UK. So what's happened is, okay, like she just informed me some of the like agencies, and they took care of everything, like registering the universities and everything. So later that I just went to the whole process. Then okay, just after that I came to UK. So firstly, like I didn't find any like accommodation. So I went to my sister home. I just stayed for 10-15 days. Later that, okay, I just near to I found some of the accommodation near to my university. So like my university is like University of Greenwich. So like, okay, first coming to UK is the big point for me, and after coming to UK, okay, I have like some of the points, like okay, what we have to do first. So like firstly, I started my work on the third day itself. So I worked on restaurants. So my sister suggested me one of the restaurant, and she have a couple of friends. So I just started to work on the restaurant from the third day. So yeah, I working on 20 hours per week. So later that, like I just started to enjoy after finishing my college. So I finished 20 hours of work, and I'm doing my college assignments. And later, like, first time to coming to abroad. So I have like, okay, let's enjoy, let's pubs, chill climate. So I enjoyed on the starting. So like, okay, so after that I seen some of the, like in my university, like there are like lots of students. So I just make like some of the great friends over there, and it was a like good journey on the University of Greenwich. So like later, like some of like we having in the UK, firstly what we have to do in the UK. So I don't know anything literally, but I have like some couple of I made some good friends. So they helped me a lot. So like example, to like opening the bank accounts, and literally finding the part times. So basically, from my University of Greenwich, like I know some of the some of the specifications from my university. So like basically, like in my university they have like uh Unipad. So they're gonna help for students to find the part times. At the same time, they're gonna like having like they're gonna sponsor some of the visas, like internships. Through that internships, they're gonna making like sponsoring visas. So, and literally when I came to UK, there was like COVID situation. So on the COVID situation time, there was no jobs at that time. Like my university sponsored to students to apply for COVID 19, like reimbursement or like living expenses. So if we apply for that, if you got they will ask some of the proofs, like you're not working anywhere or something. So if they approved, they're gonna pay you the back. So like in that case, like and student will get like support from the university all the time. Like if you want to speak with some of the tutors, you can speak, and there will be like some of the your personal tutors. And yeah, like, and in my university they like we have like campus accommodation that was very costly. So basically I will suggest to find like, when you're coming to UK, if you have some of the couple of friends, you're gonna share with them. That's gonna be very cheap and less for us. So if you go for like if you go for like private accommodation or some of the studios, that will be very cost. So if you want like a private space, or like example, if you want to live yourself as like, to enjoy, you can have like studios. So my suggestion to come here is like, if you have like if you want to save yourself about the money, you can share yourself, you can find good friends, and you can make like a journey little bit enjoyment as well. Because see, at the same time, my point of view, yeah, you came to study, yes, you have to, and you have to save money, you have to do work, everything should be happen. So you can have to make good friends, good enjoyment as well. You came from India to abroad, you know, see, like when you come from India, your mindset will be changed. So in UK you can having like some different kind of environments, and you have to merge with those environments. So my suggestion is like, okay, go out and just roam. If you don't have anything, don't stay at home, just roam and go out and be like know what happening on the UK. So at the same time there will be like, you know, chill environment, and like basically you can plan yourself about money as well. So about the part times, so like some of the times there will be like, if you work in like, if you course was going on, you can work only 20 hours. On rest of the time, like when you having like holidays during the course, so on that period you can work as a full time as well, like around 40 hours. So you can work on the 40 hours as well when you are having a holidays. So there will be like a lot of agencies, they're gonna help you if you wanna just go and register with them. So there will be like a lot of contacts with agencies. So if you want to register with them, they're gonna call you, they're gonna make everything. And but my suggestion is, don't do over the works, because like there will be like immigration problem every time. Because like nowadays, like, you know, lot of people coming to UK and they just thinking like, okay, let's do work more hours. But nowadays, like immigration, they're just checking all the times as well, like a particular person how many he was working. So if we stop that, that's gonna be great. So at the same time, my suggestion is every penny counts. So about money, so basically like I spent a lot of money, like basically like when I came here I don't know anything, and startedly I enjoyed the money and everything. But now I'm thinking like what we have to say, what we have to spend. But self-care is important, and you have to spend yourself than others. And basically like here is like, yeah, like splitting money is that's different. But if you want to enjoy yourself then keeping others. So that's what my suggestion. And yeah, like I finished my masters on MBA. So it was like international business management, and I enjoyed my 2 years studying MBA. And after finishing my MBA, like I did like I applied for post study visa. So nowadays, like government, they're gonna sponsor like 2 years extra visa for the students. So basically, after finishing the masters, they can find a jobs for 2 years, and later, like they're gonna find for sponsors for to settle up here. So nowadays, like there was like a lot of sponsors coming up and lot of jobs because of Brexit. So my suggestion is like when you studying, when you came to UK, try to apply the jobs, like basically like internships. And there will be like a lot of jobs coming on the future, I guess. So because of nowadays British like they thinking like to develop themselves. So like there will be like a lot of jobs opening as freelancers, which I heard. And yeah, like try to find the sponsors to settle up here. And like currently I was on post study visa, so I'm doing as like Android developer. So like I got a job on Android developer on like finishing my masters. And I started my job on like last month, like last year of February. So yeah, like I'm doing on that, like Android developer, developing the apps. Currently I'm working with some of the clients. which is Bank of America and like some couple of ITC. So I'm working with the two clients at the moment. So one is like freelancer and some of them like a client. So that was very great. And personally, I'm thinking like I will develop my app myself, some of the apps. So like I'm thinking to develop an app for myself to personal and self-care, and I'm just thinking for to develop anything. So yeah, that's what happening on the UK at the moment, and like that's a great journey for me. And so I guess like my parents are very proud for me to being here and like settling everything. And my plan is to settle up here, like find some of jobs more than like expecting. And yeah, that's what my journey here. So thanks for giving me this opportunity to Sneha, and like for like Rice Foundation as well. Thank you, and I will just shift to Sneha. Thank you.
Yeah, hi guys. So this is what like a student's life is basically. So you will have ups and downs coming up, and but don't give up. Be strong for the new opening. I really heartfully wish all the new students who are like thinking to come here, and uh, my best wishes for them as well. Yep. Thank you for this opportunity as well for me to talk.
Thanks, Neha. There are a few questions.
Yeah. Yes, please.
Yeah. So, and there's a question on how much money did it take to initially come to study in UK?
Okay, like it was like my tuition fee was like around 19 lakhs. Like I'm in Indian money, I'm telling. But I got like a 3,000 pound scholarship, so it was like around 16,000 pounds when I paid my tuition fee. That which I took a student's loan, and roughly my living cost was up to 5 to 6 lakhs because I was in a private studio, which was like the students like it was like a single bedroom flat kind of, so it's a bit expensive. So it was like 5 to 6 lakhs around, which took me up totally like 20 to 25 lakhs approximately for a year, with all my living cost, my food expenses. Yeah, tuition fee alone will cost you, like depending upon the university, the course which you take. If it's like a 1 year course, your fees will vary here and there, starting from uh 15 lakhs to it might go to 20 lakhs as well.
Thank you. The fees is higher for the students from abroad rather than UK candidates.
Yeah, it is like definitely. It is like that was the only thing which was like really a bit high, but yeah, it is worth it because yeah, that's why I told like you can start with a student's loan because you will have the responsibility. Yeah, you can pay it like after a year finishing your course. You will get a year of time, so you can search a job, you can get settled and pay the loan. It might like end up a little bit of burden, so that is the only way. Or if you are like, yeah, well stable or with financially stable, you can have self-funding as well. And there are like very many scholarships. Like I got like my university percentage when I did my civil engineering was like more than 90%, so I got a 3,000 pound scholarship from the university. So that was a bit helpful for me to reduce my burden.
Thank you. And there's another question. What activities did you undertake to keep your mental health in good shape? You mentioned about having fun and what did it involve?
Yeah, so basically, I like being alone, to be very frank. Like, rather than being with a bunch of people, which I'm not comfortable, I really like to be alone. As I told, I love to write a lot of things. Like, whatever is in my mind, I don't keep it in my mind because it's like a lot of stress. And I end up like assuming whatever which has not even happened to me. So that is a bit intimidating. So I started writing. Like, I love to be very precise, I love to write Tamil things like Tamil kavidegal, Tamil poems, whatever comes in my mind, I just take it as a topic. I just write it. I just keep a book for myself. I just go for a walk. Like there's a park nearby where I stay, Victoria Park. So I just go for a long walk. I just put my headset on. I'll just listen to some good music, which keeps my mind stable. I go for a long walk. I write. I sit there and write for a few hours. I do play musics in my room. I'll just start dancing randomly. I'll just get up. If I'm like stressed or something, I just play some random musics, dance for an hour. So yeah, everything is cool down right now. Sometimes I just cook for myself. It's like I'm not really a good cook, but yeah, I try to make out different things which I like the most when I was in my home India. So I try out few different things. So I cook for myself, and I just give a small treat for myself. Those things. And yeah, you can spend with your friends as well. I'm not telling like be alone, have your self time. But these were the things which I took care as a self-care, because being in friends and getting distracted into so many things is like that is also a good way of taking care of yourself and your mental health. But these were the things which I carried out personally. I too had my friends, which was like, yeah, I just balanced it. If I spend quality time with me, there will be some time with my friends as well. I go out for a good movie, maybe a dinner. Yeah, that's what I did. Like,
Yeah, well done, actually. Great to hear that. The similar question, what was the biggest challenge you faced? Someone has asked.
biggest challenge is like, it was like completely new. I was like a bit scared because I've never been out of my home. Like not even inside India, I've never been out of my home. So it's like completely coming to a different country and being alone. It was a bit scary at the start. Not about the country, but I was myself a bit scared. Okay, can I do it like that? I just had a little bit of doubt, but Uh, I didn't leave that doubt to grow inside me. I just came out of it. I broke my comfort zone, everything. I just opened up myself. I tried to interact with many people. So these were the things, like it was like a new place. So I was like a bit worried about how the people will be, how the culture will be. Will I be able to adapt over there? Will I be able to succeed? And biggest fear is also one of my loan thing, because I was a bit worried, like I've put in a lot of money. So I was like, okay, I have to be in a good position to do it. This was my decision. So I was like thinking to make it happen. That was a bit of fear. But apart from that, like everything was like very supportive. My uni, Leicester, people around here, like are very, very supportive, really. It was not that scary at all. Yeah.
Yeah, nice to hear that. So somebody has asked similarly, was it a challenge making friends with local students?
Okay. Yeah. Like to be like challenges, like not about, okay, we are in an different country. Even if we are in India, there are challenges in making friends, because friends are like the most important things which we have to select to be. So when I came, I didn't move a bit like out of my circle. I had few friends, but to be very frank, you can make friends, you can talk, you can open up, but just be in limit. Yeah, you should just balance. Don't get distracted by their ways or their likings. If something is like tend to be new and tend to distract you or attract you for any bad things which you're not comfortable with, don't go for it. That is what I believe. I do have friends, I keep them in limit. I do have time for them, scheduled for them, like this is the time which I give them. But I do try to balance it in that. Selecting friends, it doesn't happen to be like I have to select friends. They just came into my life. Yeah, they were like also helpful, like when it was like cooking, or when I have to go for a part-time, they helped me to do the home things like cleaning up stuffs, cooking. So having a hand is also helpful, but try to have a right hand in that. That's it.
Thank you. And someone has asked, how can an international student reduce their expense in UK?
To be expense in UK, the most important thing is your living cost. So if you're really comfortable in being a shared accommodation, I wasn't that much comfortable when I came here, because like being a single child, I was like, I had like few things like I don't want to share my room or my living space with. But here, if people are comfortable with sharing their kitchen, sharing their living area, you can go into shared accommodations. Like as Ram told, he went with people like into a shared accommodation where they like students took a house and they rented, and they were like 3 to 4 bedrooms which they shared. Like that would reduce your cost a bit, because your accommodations are very high. My studio was like very, very high. Food as well, as you can share that as well, because when you're in a group, you cook together, you eat, and so those things are also a bit reduced. Later on here, transport isn't a big deal, I guess, for students. You have buses, cycles, so there's not much with transport. Yeah, so mainly with your accommodation, I would suggest try to go for a cheaper accommodation as much as you can, but be in a safer side. That's it.
Thank you. John has asked, do you think there's a market for civil engineers in UK? Is it good?
Yeah, there are like to be very frank, wherever I go, I start to see this buildings, like something or the other will be happening, some other constructions will be happening. I myself wonder, okay, like whether I would have just done a master's in civil engineering or like that. But my aim was completely different. I thought to do something related to business management side. But there is a lot of scope. Like when I was searching, now I suggested one of my friend like to do a structural engineering as his master, and he's gonna come, I think, on the end of this month. So there are a lot of opportunities. I literally see whenever I go, I see a lot of buildings or something or the other happening on the road or wherever. So that itself means there's a lot of opportunities, to be frank. Yeah.
And someone has asked, what are the 3 things you would advise students wanting to come to UK?
Um, Three things. One thing is about your financial factor. Keep that in mind. That includes your budgeting, your monthly expense, everything, your finance thing. Second is about your self-care. That is the most important thing. Don't get lost in anywhere. Just be yourself wherever you are and be strong that you can do this. Because here people come and they feel like, oh, I'm homesick, I'm missing home, I want to go back. So some people discontinue, some people go into wrong decisions, some people get totally distracted from their studies. So just keep your yourself in mind. That is the second thing maybe I'll tell. Third thing is like try to explore a lot, like because this is an opportunity, you have to grab it. uh, there is a door like knocking, just open it, whatever it might be. It might be something related to with your professional, or you might end up doing your job which you like. So UK has like a lot of opportunities, literally for every single job. I've seen like a lot of vacancies. I am like, for example, a pet lover. I just saw a job related to a dog, like taking care of a dog alone. I was like, oh my God, this is a job. In India, they won't even consider it as in as in hobby or something. My mom would literally scold me if I'm just behind some dogs. So here they professionally value those things. So grab opportunities. These are the 3 things, whatever it might be.
Yeah, it's a great thing. Grab opportunities, a good motto. Yeah, somebody has asked, my English is not good. How to improve my English before coming to UK?
Yeah, you can like UK doesn't have any kind of English entrance exams actually. But if you want to, from your start, like try to watch. If you're a movie lover, try to watch as much as movies you can. It's a good thing because there are subtitles. You can get what they are telling. You can be in the flow. Try to watch movies. That is the best thing. Like I don't want to tell, okay, read books, go to classes, these stuffs. Obviously, many will tell, but main thing is like try to watch movies or series or whatever you're interested in. You can just connect with them, you can go with the flow, try to talk to the people. Some people here just hesitate, okay, I'm like very weak in English, I shouldn't open up. What they might think, okay, I'm not in that range, okay, I shouldn't talk. So these things, don't be bold, whatever it might be. Even it's a basic English, they can understand, they can come to you. Here people are not going to laugh at your English or something. They are like very kind, very helpful, they are going to help you anyways. So just be bold, that's it. Like watch as much as you can before coming here. Try to talk to people over there. If you can go to classes, that's fine. Like if you're going to be like professional, go to some classes. There are like many tutorials where they teach spoken English. If you are that bad, or if you think that you can't cope up, because here English is the main thing, as I think, because you're coming from, there are like people coming from most inner sides of few places where they don't even speak that much. I as well as like I see them as a motivation as well, because I myself think a bit, okay, is my English a bit okay or not? So seeing them, I get motivated. Okay, these people are very bold. I should even motivate myself seeing them. So just be bold. Just try to talk. That's it. By talking, practice makes everything. So just try to talk and build yourself, build networks. That's it.
Thank you. That's a good advice. Yeah, there's a question for Ram actually. He said he's an Android developer.
Yeah.
Did you have any experience in India as a developer?
Basically, like I'm from Bachelor of Science. So when I came to UK, like before on coming to UK, I just started to doing Java courses. So after coming here, I finished my masters. So there was some of the openings. So later that, like I just applied to some of the jobs, and what's happened is they have some of the entrance exams like coding on the Java, some like test cases they will be provided. So if we resolve those test cases, they will proceed to the next step. So in that case, my company, they suggest me, like they train me the new course of Kotlin. So presently Google suggests like Kotlin is the main uh, source of code for the new Android apps. So that's the reason, like nowadays everyone, they changing all the apps, they changing the code from Java to Kotlin because of Google suggests that. So my company, they trained me to Kotlin course. So from there I'm just developing the apps. Before that, I don't have any Java or Kotlin experience. So my company, they trained me, and I started from my company as a beginner.
Thank you. There are some questions on similar topic. What should students do if they do not find a jobs after graduating, or if they're not getting a job, what they are interested, what should they do?
So my suggestion is basically, if you want to go for next level, you have to find the jobs from the starting. So I have some couple of friends, like they finished their course but still they didn't get a job. So I inform them, like keep on applying. If it's like 500 jobs, 1,000 jobs, keep on applying, don't give up.
Yeah, great word actually. Yeah, keep persevering. Yeah,
Yeah,
and
keep.
there's also a question. Yeah, please go on.
Yeah, I just suggested them, like keep on apply, don't give up. So if you don't find on your profession, just go for other profession, keep on apply, the opportunity will wait for you. So that's what I suggested for them. If it's wrong profession, just apply, you can start over there from there as a new beginner.
And there's also a question on uh, do you think the post-study work visa is the main reason Indian students come to UK?
Like basically I seen openly, I'm telling, like there was like some of the people, they coming as like they have 4 years of visa. So like as some of the students, they're gonna help like to grow up themselves after finishing their course. Actually, for giving a 2 years of course, like to build yourself or to find a jobs, or example, you can find a sponsor, or you can, they're just giving 2 years to find, if you can possible to find a jobs. So that's what they're giving. Or if you can't find, you can find some of the sponsors or doing internships. There was some couple of ways to after building your course or something like that.
Anyways, that is one of the opportunity, I guess. Like for me, that was like a reason. Yeah, of course, I'm getting a 2 years extra. Why should I not take it? Like, it's a good thing. Anyways, before graduation, many are not lucky to get a job like then and there. As lucky I got a job, but they are like many. I was also struggling, like, because after completing, I was thinking, okay, which stream I should select, how the interviews will be. So if there's a 2 years of gap, yeah, of course we can do like there. That is an opportunity. So of course, I will not leave it. To be frank, I came for that was one of my reason for selecting UK as well.
And one more thing, like for post-study visa, there will be like no work limits. So like basically you can do part-times for 2 years, like unlimited hours. So when you're a student, you can work like around 20 to 40. But in this post-study visa, you can work 24 hours if you can. So you can make more money as well at the same time. If you want to be like if you don't want to settle up, you can 2 years, you have a time, you can make more money, you can do whatever you want. So this like some benefit as well.
Okay, thank you both. That is last question for both of you.
Yeah.
What are your plans in the next few years? Both of you can answer one.
To go with my plans is like right now I have got a job, so but I won't stop. Like from that is my way. I won't stop. I won't get satisfied in whatever I am. So I would be trying to improve myself in the span of these 2 years. I would try to get a sponsorship for sure, because yeah, of course the thing loan I have to repay it. That is my responsibility. So I will be trying for it. So couple of years, I am gonna build my career in the management field. Maybe like after a few years, I would think to start up a business or something in India. Like that is my a long time goal. What I'm thinking to do. That is what like
And
mainly.
Ram, what
Yeah,
about
plan is like I have like to settle up here, just what my plan. So basically I want to get a PR, then wherever I go I have a PR. So I were planning to come for like holiday trip if I was settle up somewhere. That's what my plan. And my biggest dream is like right now I just develop a dream, like to develop an app for myself or to publish an app on the Play Store. So I just trying to develop an app. So that's what my biggest dream at the moment.
yeah, thanks Nega and Ram for this fantastic session. So many questions. You answered so well and best wishes for your future. And thank you for supporting Rice Foundation. I'm going to hand over to Dr. Anbu Subrayan, who's going to moderate the next session. Thank you both.
Thank you.
Thank you
Thanks a
so
lot.
much.
Hello, everyone. We are with our next session. It's a great pleasure to introduce my friend, Dr. Subbu Ganesan, lovingly called as Subbu everywhere. He is a community pediatrician and a pediatric neurologist as profession, which means that he teaches children how to walk. But for grown-ups, he teaches how to climb. He has conquered all the peaks in the UK, and he has moved to other continents. He has conquered Mount Kilimanjaro in Africa. I am always fascinated by his perseverance, his determination to do things, which I would like to, which he will be sharing in the next talk. Thank you very much, Subbu. Over to you.
Thank you, my friend Anbu, and good morning, everyone. And I would like to sort of introduce myself. I'm Subbu. I live in Leicester, UK, and I'm a doctor by profession. I have my team here. I have Mr. Suresh and
Hello.
Mr. Gama,
Hello.
and maybe sort of involving them as an
Maybe.
interactive session later on. And are you going to? Okay, so it is 4 o'clock in the morning. It is tough for the listeners. I do not know anyone there, but it's still, and there are few of my friends watching me here, which is great. And I would like to start with a Tamil proverb. எங்க அப்பா வந்து என்னைக்குமே சொல்லியிருக்காரு, ஆள் இல்லாத டீ கடையிலையும் ஒரு நல்ல டீ மாஸ்டரா இருந்தா ஆத்துன்னு ஆத்தணும் அப்படின்ட்டு சொல்லியிருக்காரு. In translation to English, there is a sort of a deserted tea shop in Rajasthan, which means that there are no customers. A good sign for being a tea master is you need to make a good tea every hour and also every day. That's a sort of a proverb. And let us, as a team, we are going to do justice for this.
We are doing this to raise,
Yes.
money for the charity foundation. We are the whole night, 24 hours non-sleep. People, I'm sure people will be watching this tomorrow on the YouTube, and we are recording Subbu's experience, and we request everyone to donate generously.
It is a good cause. We are doing this for a good cause, and I would like to thank Kavi and his team for providing this opportunity. It is a wonderful opportunity for me to share my experience in mountain climbing. And I have I wanted to touch base on the previous speakers, wonderful speakers, and they presented it very well and shared their experience in UK from India. And I would like to touch base on Ramo. He said, be bold and have your dream. That's what I had 4 years ago. As I was sort of living happily as a doctor here, and everything was settled, living peacefully with my family and watching cricket matches whenever it happens. And sort of I did not have any active life, but everything has changed when I went to climb a mountain. It's called Scafell Pike in it's the highest peak in England, and it is located in Lake District. That has changed my entire career, and also I would say that this is a sort of eye-opener for me. And it's a sort of, as I mentioned, it is the highest peak in England. And I have climbed that with a lot of challenges, because the year before I had a knee injury, and it was very, very tough and challenging for me. But I have done it with a lot of difficulty, and also encouragement and motivation from my family. So I'm very grateful for them. And I have taken that as the eye-opener for me. And since then, I have climbed the Scafell Pike 4 times. And there are what we call is the 3 peaks within United Kingdom. And I have done it 4 times, all the 3 peaks. And I've done Kilimanjaro, as you mentioned. That was really, really tough. I would like to share my experience, even if it is useful for 1 or 2 people who are would like to have their hobby or their interest interest for mountain climbing. It will be quite useful for them. I would like to share my the slides now, please.
You made us climb the Mamtor very recently, isn't it? You kept telling it was just a plain walk till we came up and saw how tall it was.
It is, every mountain, it is unique, and it has got its own beauty, and also the challenges as well. And
the view from the top was amazing.
so it is that's the beauty of the mountain climbing. And as I mentioned, that the introduction is there. And I'd like to move on to the next slide.
Use the keypad, that mouse. Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, it's a bit of a glitch. Okay. It's purely the few slides which I'm going to talk about. It's purely my experience, and I'm not an experienced climber. As I mentioned, I did not had any interest, and now it has become a huge obsession for me. Every time if I climb a mountain, I will aim to climb a different one, and I always read about the other mountains within UK and across the entire world to try to do it I have a lot of limitations, but it has become quite a bit of obsession to me. I'd like to talk about the benefits of the trekking. It's great. I would say that it overall improve our not only the physical fitness, but also the mental health well-being as well. And it is a literature search. It gives us some idea about it burns roughly around 600 calories per hour while you're trekking. I'm talking about trekking, which means it is slightly different from there are various terminologies that is commonly used, like the common man know about walking. Some will say about hiking, and some will say trekking. And the definitions, it's all sort of interrelated, but in simpler terms, hiking means it's a short walk. If you're doing a day trip, we call this as hiking. And trekking means you could take this as a longer walk, or 4 days, 10 days, or it's a expedition. We call this as a trekking. And I like the term trekking. I use that. And as I mentioned, that if you are doing 1 hour of trekking, it is equivalent or more than what you do in gym in that 1 hour. That's what the literature says. I do not know. As my friend Suresh is sitting next to me, is more of more interested in gym.
Yeah.
What do you think about that?
Yeah, definitely agree. And yeah, trekking, especially on the steep climbs, definitely you burn more calories, even if you lift weights. It is mostly for muscles, and whereas if you trek, you do a lot of definitely you burn more calories. Yeah.
Okay, so another gym enthusiast, Gama, what are your thoughts on it?
I think when you're in the gym, you are very short-sighted. You are actually looking at the time and the effort that is going on. So you can actually do more. But when you look at a peak, you look, oh my God, I need to climb all that distance. So you feel a little discouraged. But when you have friends, or there's somebody who can actually encourage you to take a few steps at a time, you suddenly realize you're reached at the top. And when you're at the top, the things that you can see and the feeling of achievement, you'll never get in the gym.
Excellent. That's a sort of a satisfaction. That's what you're trying to say.
Something I can tell people that
achievement and satisfaction. Yeah. That's great. Yeah. And it certainly reduces stress. Many people walk daily or try to climb the mountains to de-stress themselves, and it's a good physical activity for those kind of stress buster. And it certainly improves the cardiovascular strength, which means that if you are climbing a mountain, it certainly increases your heart pumping, thereby increasing the circulation to your brains and other parts of the body. And overall, it leads to a sort of healthy physical and also the mental health. And the next important point is the social benefits, which means we always, I proudly say that we have a local group called Would Be Walkers. It is the founding members are our President Prem and also Vasu. And we used to walk every week, at least for 2 or 3 hours. And we used to do the walk and talk, which means that it certainly improved our social interaction. We have discussed and also debated different topics during those walk. At the same time, we have achieved what we wanted to do, which is the physical activity. And also certainly sort of the other aspect of the social benefits are making new friends, and that's very, very important. The friendships and a sort of building up on a relationship is very, very important. And talking about the softer skill development, for example, I have arranged at least 2 or 3 mountain climbs for the local community and also the friends and families here, and certainly improved the planning. Because I'm the worst planner. That's what my wife says. And
Actually, Subbu is great in two things, in my opinion, other than his, on the professional life. One is dancing, which he really enjoys, and then the trekking. On the day of the trekking and after the trekking, you should see his face. It really glows, literally glows. And he is a great leader in that sense. When you say that you are not a planner, or I won't believe on that things. So you're a great leader, and it's a team. He takes care of the teams, he gives the proper instructions, and you make the trekking enjoyable and memorable one. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, thank you, my dear friend Suresh. Certainly that's what I meant. The soft skill development. I don't know whether I'm a leader or not. Everyone is a leader in their own sense, but I certainly improved my planning abilities, and also building up that relationship with the other families and encouraging them. I certainly can say that I have motivated few people to achieve their the goals. Some of them they never climbed, and I did sort of motivated them to achieve their goals. And I can proudly say that Gamma is one of them. Would like to say something?
I was not going to say much on your planning skills, mainly because we do not see you doing that aspect. But in terms of motivation, yes, you are a great motivator. And to make somebody like me walk, with all my challenges that I have, that I would easily decide not to walk because it's a challenge when I look up at the hill. You're a great motivator, and I'm sure everybody can vouch for that. And having made me walk up and down so many times, I'm really, really confident in saying that you're one of the best motivators ever possible.
Thank you, Gama. And the next one is the cultural understanding is more of an expedition wherever you go. For example, I went to Africa. Amazing. The best experience I had in mountain climbing. You should go to Kilimanjaro if you haven't done that. And you understand the local culture, what they do, the food habits, the behavior, and everything was great. And inner cleans, what to talk about inner cleans? If you're sitting at home watching a cricket match or a football match, you end up sort of drinking a lot of Coke. Someone use alcohol and ordering pizza and things like that. But if you are climbing on a mountain, you'll be having a lot of using a lot of fresh air. That's very, very important for longevity of our life, and it's a very important benefit of trekking.
Yeah, especially when you look at the clean air as you climb up, and it's just not just the air you're breathing, but also the surroundings. You're absorbing everything that's going around. You get the kind of peace that you don't get anywhere else, especially as we have day-to-day jobs which are really, really very hectic.
Excellent point, Gama. Thank you. And as I mentioned that social benefits. The first picture, it's the group of friends. We did this. It's called Samaria Gorge trekking. I think it's in Crete, in Greece, and fantastic. And you could see that the second person from the left is our president for Rice Foundation, Prem. This is the first trekking, and he was not sure he can able to do it or not. And with encouragement and motivation from all of us, has done it at the end of the trek, and he was quite glad he has done it. And that's his first. I mean, I would like to sort of ask his experience if he is sort of awake at the end of the talk. But that's a main motivating factor. And the second is again with Prem, and it's from Scaffold Pike. I mentioned this already, is highest peak in England. And you could see the family. We have taken them to, this time it says to Snowdon. And the fourth picture is with my wife, Priya. Whatever I does, the physical activity point of view, and she's the biggest motivator to me, and she's great. Thank you.
Can I interject here? So when you all went to the Samaria Gorge, I was very much here, as I was with the group, but I decided not to go for a walk because I thought, why do I need to go for a walk? I'm just relax at the resort, whereas you guys came and went and did it. When you guys came back and I saw the look on your faces and the happiness that you had, I thought, I should have gone. Maybe I would have got the same kind of feeling of when you guys returned. So
yeah, you are right, Gama. See, if you look at the picture again, so we are not properly prepared. If you look at them, so we are wearing jeans and normal shorts, and we are not at all prepared. In fact, the guide, after maybe 20-30 minutes, he asked us to go back. He didn't believe us, but pure Subbu's motivation and courage, he encouraged. He used the word pole, that means, which he learned from Kilimanjaro, and keep on saying that, and he motivated us. It was difficult one. The ascent was really difficult, the rock and things like that. But we made it. But you gave us a lot of confidence, and
Thank you, Suresh. And there's more than a motivation factor. The team's encouragement was there, and it's sort of enthusiasm from all the friends. And it was a great team effort to see there in the picture. I would like to talk briefly about the trek essentials. So what you wear, what you shouldn't wear, and what to take if you're going on a short trip. As I mentioned, if you're going on a day trip, we call this as a hike, and it's a longer period, we call this as a trek. So usually sort of the cash and wallet, it all depends on where you go. Most of the mountains, they don't have any shops, unfortunately, but some mountains, they do have some tea shop. For example, Snowdon in UK, if you want to buy something like a tea, a chai or something, we should, it's always better to carry your cash instead of wallet, because the main the crunch point is we shouldn't carry any weight what if it is not needed. That is sort of underlining it. We shouldn't carry what is not needed. So wallet is not needed. Take some cash, and you should have a small backpack. It is a different liters. I mean, they calculate the weight of the backpack is based on the liters or the size of the backpack. Commonly for the day trips, 20 or 30 liters is more than enough. For a shorter trip like a 5 or 6 hours trek, 20 liters is enough. If it is a longer period, take a 30 liters. And it's very, very useful if you have a straps on the chest and also the abdomen strap. Some bags comes with a chest strap and some with abdomen, but I use both chest and abdomen. It gives more stability. And I always, in my day trip pack, I used to carry orange and banana. Orange, it's all because of it gives hydration and also some vitamins. Banana is so wonderful. It gives us starch and also potassium. Banana is a good source of potassium. And I always take a protein bar or a peanut. Peanuts are wonderful a source of protein and also quick source of sugar as well. If you like peanuts, if you're not allergic to peanuts, please take it. It will be a quite a value to your trip. And I always carry a small pack of dry nuts. And you could see that if it is a 5 or 6 hour trip, I always take a small lunch. Teplas, I mentioned teplas. I live, as I mentioned, I live in Leicester. I like teplas. It's wonderful. It's a chapati with spices. It's a great source of the filling your tummy, and also gives that satisfaction to have had that lunch during that period. And the last item there is jelly babies. It's very useful because it gives immediate sugar or glucose source, and it's especially useful while you're climbing down. Immediate source of glucose. I always carry that. And some people used to carry the glucose gels, and some use glucose with caffeine as well, because that will boost their energy while coming down. And whatever you want, at the end of the day you need to take whatever you want. Walking boots, I put that in red. Without that you cannot climb or come down. And it is a big no if you are climbing with the trainers, because it will easily slip. At the end of the day you need to have a safe climb and coming back safely. That is very important, because your family will be waiting for you. For that to happen, you need to have a sort of a walking boots. Even if it is expensive, you're going to use for a long time, please spend some money on that. And again, you need to walk with the boots before going for a climb. That's very important, because it should break in, and it should give you a comfortable feel. And you need to have 2 or 3 pairs of good quality socks. It's not a normal cotton socks. If it rains, it will soak and it won't be useful. You will get blisters while you're coming down. So buy a good pair of socks. It should be made of merino wool. Those are great anti-blister socks. And you need to have at least 2-liter water bottle. And I used to carry 2-liter water bottle and a small coconut can, because it will give you a good source of water, and also the potassium in coconut water. And I also carry a couple of sachets for ORS. It's again give you electrolytes. And mobile camera, it's essential for your trip, for taking pictures. And the next one is very important, sort of waterproof jacket and trousers. You cannot expect whether it's going to rain or not. You need to take appropriate clothing. It should be waterproof even if it rains. So you need to prepare for everything, any event. And umbrellas, no, it should not needed. And again, the warm jumper. When you climb above 700 meters, is going to sort of 1 degree every 10 meters. I mean, not 10 meters, I would say 50 meters. So you need to prepare for that as well. You need to take a waterproof, the fleece if needed. And gloves, it depends. If it is a warm and sunny day, not needed. But I always carry gloves and also sort of wear it. Reason being, especially while climbing down, it's quite useful. Even if you are slipping down, you're not going to damage your palms. So that's I have mentioned this optional, but it's quite useful for me. Hiking trousers, and it's jeans. If it rains, it soaks and it can't really come down. And other essential sunglasses and cream, it's based on what you need. And medication is very, very important. Some are diabetics or hypertension or asthmatic. You need to carry your medications appropriately. And the final thing, sort of toilet paper, I always carry a small roll and a small plastic bags. You never know, you may get a bit of you may feel nauseous or vomit, or so you need to take these kind of stuff. And small first aid kit, at least one family should carry a small first aid kit. It is available in all the sports shop. Again, I mentioned this already. You need to carry very, very light. And W factor, that's very, very important. You need to look at the apps for the weather, how it looks like, so that you will be prepared for the weather, any kind of weather. You're going to walk, you're not going to stop anywhere. So walkers, some walkers, they'll be preparing for expeditions or triathlon. You need to be a bit careful about them. And also the pets, you need to be careful. We don't I've fallen at least once or twice in every mountain, so you need to be a bit careful, but that's because of my bad knees, nothing else. And focus on the path. Many of us, we walk and talk, but if you're climbing up or climbing down, you need to be more very, very careful. You need to look at the path. You shouldn't be looking at your friend's face. That's very important. And you need to sort of try with your boots in different surfaces, because that will give you a grip. And yeah.
Yes, the point of carrying the least weight is very, very important, because I do remember doing the climb up Snowdonia, and my bag was full of food, which when I came down, I had not actually eaten. So yeah, I literally carried the weight up and carried it down, and I'm sure it made up, but I actually went only halfway. I didn't go up all the way. So big difference.
So do you have any such experience, Suresh?
Yeah, exactly the same thing. As an experienced trekker, your weight was yeah, perfect. But I did the same mistake. I didn't eat. I thought that since I'm climbing, I'll eat a lot, but I didn't. So how do you guess how much what is the appropriate size? How many sandwiches I was carrying? Say, I thought that I may not like this. I'll carry this one as a spare and things like that. So how do you estimate? Is it only one? Say if it is 700 meters, is there any calculation or anything? How do you count the calories? Like,
it's mainly the trip you're making. For example, 3 or 4 hours, a single sandwich is enough. For example, if you're arranging for a mountain climb that lasts for 6 or 7 hours, you need to have at least 2 or 3. Because if you're using one on the way, you need to have 2 or 3 as a reserve. And depends on the number of hours you're trekking. And the other thing is, each one is different. For example, my tummy is it can have 1 or 2, but it may be different for others. It's that factor as well. I would say this is multifactorial based on their need. And because I personally won't take sandwiches, because I prefer teplas. I mentioned that. And someone will take sandwiches filled with eggs, and perfectly fine, but whatever they like. And another important point is you shouldn't try anything different on the day of trek, whatever you carry. For example, if you're quite used with the sandwich with that particular peanut butter or cheese or the egg, you should use that. You should not try anything
no
new.
experiment on that day.
No, you should not experiment anything on the particular day of trekking. I've seen plenty of people sort of vomiting on the way. You shouldn't try anything.
You that question. How do you factor in for mountain sickness or altitude sickness? When does it actually kick in?
Yeah, it is more realistic in for the number of days you're climbing and the altitude. For example, for 1,000 and 2,000 meters, it won't affect your lungs or the brain circulation. But if you are climbing anywhere after 2000 meters, you need to be a bit realistic and careful. And I used azithromycin, what we call this as a diamox. It was certainly helpful. And my friend, one of my friends, he didn't use it. He was very adamant, I'm not going to use it. But is it because he did not use it or not? He had a very severe headache. Might be due to some, you will build up some mild cerebral edema, which means the fluid around the brain. And azithromycin, what it does is it is a diuretic, which means that it releases some of the electrolytes and the fluid from the body system. It corrects the cerebral edema. And it was very, very useful for me, but it all depends individual preference, I would say. But anything for the day trip for 1000 meters, 1500 meters, it is not needed. For anything after 2000 meter, every 500 meters, you need to need it, and you need to use it every day. It's not a single day. You need to use it every day, and because it has got a shorter life, and you need to use it. And I was found, even while climbing down, I was using it. It was fantastic. And again, it's an individual choice. And I would like to share my experience on my Kilimanjaro trip. As I mentioned, it was my eye opener. It was a 10-day trek. And we went to Tanzania, where the Kilimanjaro National Park lies. And we had the first 2 days, it was preparation, just walking around on a flat surface and a small climb. And on this, my friend Mari is my great friend, and he is my UG classmate. We so we have done everything from reading to writing. So
And trekking.
And trekking, yeah, absolutely. And there are a few more pictures. The first picture, 4 of my friends who went together for the trek, and it will give you a rough idea how much it takes. On the right hand top corner, it gives a rough idea how long you need to trek. And yeah, this the last picture down, it's our camp. And only 2 people can able to it's a tent. I shouldn't say this as a camp, it's a tent. And you could see that how cramped, you need to keep everything in that short space.
2 people, yeah, 2 person,
two person. And it was quite challenging, but you need to that's how you enjoy your life, so whatever is available. And we
So Uhuru Peak, the one which you climbed.
That's correct. That's a summit for Kilimanjaro. As I mentioned, the day 3, first 2 days of preparation, and day 3 and 4, we climbed up. And I haven't seen such a downpouring rain in my lifetime. You could see that, even in the tent, it's a little bit of it's almost half a meter of water. All our dresses were drenched. We couldn't able to wear a new cloth. In our duffel bag, you need to separate your compartments, a day 3, 4 kind of thing. We were not prepared. I would say that everything was wet. And even day 3 and 4, we were literally sort of sleeping in water. And we were very, very tired after 7-8 hours of walking. So I didn't know that we all slept.
So the watching for weather is very important then.
Yes, I mean, you can't predict anything there. You could see that. Yeah, you could see that it's on day 5 again. So you literally, your beds will be in the wet place like that. And the gray area at the top and end, that's a toilet. Use. So it is a great experience. And it's weather, it got better on day 5. from rainforest area, you know, the environment and the surfaces, it changes on every day.
Yeah,
The first 2 days we were walking through rainforest, and day 3 we were going through the shrubs, what they call that as a moorland. It's a bushy area, and it was great as well. And day 5 day 5 and 6 we were walking on a semi-desert area, which means you have a bit of sand and also the small gravels. And day 7 we were walking on pure rocks. It was a rock climbing as well. It was a great
Is there any wild animals?
Yeah, that was about, I was about
so
to
we
ask
used to see
one.
that the buffaloes and things like that, and it was great. And actually we summited on day 9, and it was full of snow. So the summit, it was around -16, and we could see all the glaciers. The pictures are there. And what made us happy was, as a group, as a team, every morning we used to have a dance with the porters and the entire the African team. Amazing. I do not know whether I can able to play this dance clip. It is on the. Can you able to play that?
I'll try. To go out of the presentation.
In the meantime, Subbu,
Yeah.
so before you trekking, do you inform any authorities or anything?
Yes,
as
as I mentioned, you need to get. I'll be talking about the essentials for an expedition, which means a longer trek.
Okay.
What are you need to get the permission. Already, all these permissions are given by the local authorities in Tanzania before you fly there.
Oh, even
So,
before
before you need to get the visa.
Before you leave the UK.
Before I leave the UK, you would have got the visa, and the national park authorities would have given checked all your details, given the permission. And once you go there, you need to give your passport on the visa sticker. They check everything and they put a seal.
Okay. And then you have to climatize for a few days, or
the first days out of 10 days we had the the preparation day to 2 days.
Okay. And in case of any accident or anything, so is there any support available? It's very scary. If you look at I'm looking at the pictures, it's very dangerous and scary.
So the one lady, she accompanied me at least for 2 or 3 days. She's a porter. And the guide as well, mountain guide, for me, and she carried my duffel bag. And you could see on her the back.
Okay.
And she was great. She was great. And answer to your question is, these porters are very well trained for the small injuries. Something happens if you have a graze or fallen down, injuries and bleeding, and these ladies are very well trained, the first aiders as well. They will sort it out. And if you have the breathing difficulties, the altitude you go up, you will be having breathing difficulties. You can have dizziness, can faint, and you can have loss of consciousness. All this can happen. In that case, you'll be you need to come down. The treatment is you need to come down to the base.
Okay.
So they have helipads in allocated areas.
Okay.
So they will be you'll be carried using the stretchers by the porters to the allocated base. Every sort of 1,000 meters or so, they'll be having the base where you will be transferred to the local helipad and you'll be shifted down to the base.
Okay, that from the helipad to the base, and then they'll treat you at the base, or
base you'll be taken by ambulance to the local hospital. And it's a place called Moshi. They have sort of altitude hospitals. The doctors and nurses are very well trained, and they exactly know what to do.
Okay. And since we got some time, shall I ask you one question?
Yeah, sure.
I heard that, a guy in gym is very well built, but he said that he couldn't climb the trekking. But looking at you, your fitness and nowhere near to that guy. He's a really bodybuilder. And I am seeing the pictures also. These people looks very normal to me. Do you think that how they are? Is it only the willpower or the why that person can't do it and ordinary people like?
I would say sort of again multifactorial for me. So I have already mentioned in the previous talk as well. I do not have the anterior cruciate ligament or ACL ligament on my right knee. I have extreme limitations. I cannot do certain postures or movements, even walking or running or dancing. So mountain climbing, it's again a sort of serious activity. I have extreme limitations, but I personally feel I can able to achieve it and do it consistently because I keep telling myself that I can able to do it. So I have that positive attitude.
Super.
And I always think I can able to achieve something which gives me great motivation. For example, if I'm feeling down, all of us will be feeling down at certain point of our life.
Yeah.
But if I'm feeling down, having issues or work pressure or something, I always relate these achievements as a great success, because that gives it and give me a lot of satisfaction.
Superb.
So for me personally, each one is different. The mental factor that plays an important role for me.
I can see that.
I mean, I always accept the factor. Yes, they acknowledge the factor that the challenge is there. My goal is to slowly climb up. We call this as a poli in Kilimanjaro.
Yeah.
Slowly, go slowly, go slowly. So my fact is sort of goal is go slowly, summit, and come down slowly.
Okay.
The safety factor is important. And this is a dance I'm talking about. We try to get this kind of mental and physical satisfaction by this every morning a ritual. We call this as.
I would like to say that I solved it, but it is not me. It's our friend Kavi.
Refresh.
On the replay. What?
16 seconds, it's not working.
Only 16 seconds.
Only 16 seconds.
That's okay. So we can't able to play this. Really sorry, guys. Let's move on to the next slide. If you could please. Yeah, so this picture just before the summit, we started at 12 o'clock midnight. You could see the head torch there. And let me go to the next slide. It's again on the way, it's full of snow. And this is the peak. So we have achieved it, and it's on the first in the picture. It was, as I mentioned, minus 15. It was even with this, the clothes, I was trembling. Sort of, there are my friends. They are my friends. Yeah, you could see the glacier. How lovely it is. So it was like a heaven. After the 10 days of the challenge and things, we have achieved it. After seeing this, who don't have this kind of satisfaction. So beautiful. I don't have any words to express after seeing that glacier. And this is my family. Excellent. So we went for a holiday to Greece, and this is the first picture taken by one of my friends, and how lovely. So
I
it-
remember
it's-
this situation. Yeah, I do
You,
remember.
you came from directly not to UK to the holiday
to the
spot.
holiday
Yeah.
spot. Lovely, lovely picture. So I would like to talk about it's all similar to the day trip, but it's for essential for the trek. I would like to touch upon the general aspects. You need to. The first one is everyone will go through this process. The trek we are going. Most of us we will take the travel agents, and they will sort out everything. And 20 or 30 liters day pack. We talked about it. And you need to have a sort of 100 or 120 liter duffel bag. We call this as a holder for the porters to carry. And we will compare, we keep everyday clothes in separate packs. It will be covered by waterproof liners so that it don't get wet. So in my bag, it was almost 6 sort of packs, small packs, but with the amount of rain we had, so everything was wet. So
So
it-
did you
it
wear
was-
wet clothes as you went along?
the next day it
Yeah,
was,
he said,
it was. I mean,
and in fact, you said
you
you
can't
were
really help
sleeping.
it.
Yeah?
Because it was my survival.
Mm.
So I should decide I should go up or come down. So
Either which
getting
ways you
wet
are
is
wet.
nothing. For a climber, you ask any climber, any weather you should be prepared. That's very important. And head torch, it's I would suggest to take a head torch even for a day trip. For example, if you're starting your walk around 2 or 3 o'clock, climbing down, you'll be coming down during the dark hours. You need to have a head torch. It's always handy. Yeah, the next anyone we ask anyone so within our groups about trekking poles. So what's your experience?
So I personally do not have trekking poles, but I have used other people's trekking poles. There is a art of using trekking poles, and the only way you can get it is by using it over and over again, and it is personalized to your height. So investing in a good trekking pole is very, very important. But having said that, I still haven't got to know how actually to use it in a safe way where it's actually helpful rather than using it because I'm using it. And I think I used it more when I was coming down rather than when I was climbing up.
Yeah. So would you suggest the
Yeah,
same?
exactly. Like as you said, Dhamma, you used it while coming down. It reduces strain on the knee. Yeah, I also used it, especially on coming down. Yeah.
It is very, very useful, and I always advise to get sort of a quality trekking poles, and it will be sort of useful. And you need to keep the trekking poles in right angle, and always coming down length is much more when compared to going up. That's very important. And I'm not going to talk about others due to lack of time. Yeah, so are you going to play the video, Kavi? Yeah, so let's see that will be
Which
good.
Subbu really enjoys watching again and again. So let's
Yeah.
play it one more time.
So did you have any snakes or anything when you're
No,
climbing through the rainforest area?
No.
Nothing at all.
no.
No slipperies.
I was thinking I should go safely, and I was keep thinking why should I should have chosen this.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Kavi. That's a sort of a huge motivating factor. We were dancing for at least 10 or 15 minutes before starting our trek. Excellent. And going back to the slide, I think we have 9 minutes. Going back to leave 5 minutes for answering any other questions. The essentials will be sending this, the essentials, it's already there. I'm not going to go through any of these, it's already there. And anything I would suggest is the boots. That's you need to get appropriate hiking boots.
You mentioned the swimming costume. What is that for?
I mean, if you're going to the hotel, there'll be a swimming pool.
Ah, interesting.
Do we need to change the walking pole's heights while climbing up and
Climbing down, the length should be more. Yeah.
Okay.
Otherwise, normally climbing up the perpendicular, or you call this as a perpendicular.
Mhm.
The elbow should be perpendicular to your body.
Yeah.
While coming down, the length will be more, which means it will be around 30 or 40 degrees angle.
Okay.
So yeah, I'm not going to go through this again. You could see everything written there. Sorry, how to go back? Sorry. Yeah, so we don't have that. Yeah, so where do you buy these the clothes in UK? So I bought it from almost everywhere. High Cross, Mountain, Warehouse. Go Outdoors is a fantastic shop. It is, if you live in Midlands, Loughborough, it has got a huge shop. And I would suggest to go and pick up your own things. And online, if you go and find what you want, going to the shop, you can get it online bit cheaper, some 20-30%. And you write down everything, the size and things like that. Online is somewhat cheaper.
Yeah, we've been to all these shops, but we actually never used it for climbing.
Yeah.
Most of the people wear it for the brand. Yeah.
And students will get some discount as well.
That's correct. Yeah. So what do you call that? Blue card, is it?
Yeah, blue
for the
light
NHS.
card.
Yeah.
And because I'm with the Scouts, I get membership from there.
And for the students for DOE,
Yeah,
you get some,
Additional
I think,
discount,
10 or 15%. I'm not
It
sure.
varies. Yeah.
Yeah, and apps. I'm using All Trails or Komoot because the All Trails, especially, it is quite useful for not only for trekking, it's quite useful for cycling as well. And it's available as free, but if you pay some £2 or £3 a month, you get you can able to download the track. The entire track offline. I mean, many areas you don't find a signal, and it will be quite useful. And even the offline, if you are going out of the way, it will retrack you to the thing. So I'm using that facility. It's called a Pro facility for All Trails. And I'm paying £3 a month. It's quite handy and useful. That's correct. Yeah. Because those apps, they use the satellite signal, and it's fantastic. And All Trails is throughout the world.
Okay.
So it's quite useful. And some other people, they use Komoot and Ordnance Surveys are quite popular. The facility or app, they are using it in UK. And of course, we have Google Maps.
Is it reliable, Google Maps?
It is quite good. I've used it, and it's
because on many
good.
occasions they said don't follow Google Maps and things like.
No, it's quite useful.
Okay,
it's quite useful. Yeah. So I'm going to a couple of slides. I think a plan. That's very important. Whatever you do is a day trip or a trek. And prepare yourself. For example, the expedition like Kilimanjaro, you should have prepared at least for 3 to 4 months. For a day trip, you should have prepared at least a few weeks.
Okay.
The way you prepare, that will make you easy while climbing or coming down. And for the last fee is very important for me. You need to be
That's true,
positive. So that's very important. And
Yeah.
do's and don'ts, I talked about the do's. Don'ts, one thing I always very clear about, you should not use any alcohol before the climb, or at
Mhm.
least that week, because it changes the metabolic system in your body. I've seen plenty of people sort of ending up vomiting on the way. So that's a
Is it
no-no.
on the day or is it the previous evening you should not have?
You said the whole
Especially
week.
before, you know what I mean, sort of, I prefer not to use it the entire week, because the metabolic system, it's a big topic.
Okay.
So I wouldn't suggest using that, especially because, again, alcohol, all of us, we know it is it give you a lot of dehydration. You're
Mm.
climbing, you need a lot of hydration.
Okay.
So we need to be a bit careful. And we already talked about the food we are going to eat. Do not try anything new on the day of
Okay.
climbing. And I'm very grateful for my family and their family, lovely pictures. And yeah, so thankful to my wife especially, and she's a great motivator. And whatever I do on the mountain or walking every day, she's fantastic. And my boys, they all always been athletic, but
Yeah.
they're great. And I would say that, one of the factors, I climbed up to the summit in Kilimanjaro because of
You are
Roshan, my
Roshan.
younger child. He sent me a audio clip saying that, Daddy, I'm very proud of you, make me proud. So it was still ringing in my ears, and it was very touching.
Mhm.
And at one point I couldn't able to climb with my sort of aching knees, and all the sort of mild swollen knees as well. But that was a motivating factor. Thank you, Roshan, for that.
So is the challenge in the climbing, or the point is that you climb and return?
No, it was
On
a
your own.
last day. I said that was a midnight climb. I wasn't sure. One of my coaches has mentioned, look, the mountain is going to stay there, but you're not going to be. Safety is important. I think you should go back. But the only thing, the motivating factor was Roshan's audio clip. So it's telling I can't able to do it. I'm going to do it. And the lady who was my coach, she gave me, out of 20 people, she gave me the certificate saying that you are the weak link, but I'm giving you the first certificate. You did it.
Wow.
So
Congrats.
that was great. Yeah. So I would like to thank, without the friends and the other family members, Subbu is no one. So whatever I do it for my families and other friends. I'm a family person, and also the friends, people. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, everyone. And I think I can see Jenny or Anbu.
Yeah, thank you, Subbu, Gama, and Suresh for a nice interactive session. We learned a lot about mountain climbing. And there is one question what Prem has asked. How did you convince your wife for the Kilimanjaro trip?
No, it was an accident. I mean, I did not realize the challenges. I did not look at any of the video pictures, or used or asked for others' experience. Just because one of my great friends, he went there, I said, "Machi, wa machi." He asked me to come. I said, "Okay, machi, paathuvom." All of that.
Okay.
So I was not preparing, and even everyone knows I went to buy my hiking boots, all my clothes the day before I was flying. So that bad. So if I'm going there again, I wouldn't be doing that. I'll be fully prepared, at least for 6 months, proper planning, proper trekking. I would have climbed at least all these peaks in England at least twice.
Is it not the no alcohol policy which helped to make the decision?
No, it is. Sam is saying that, I've seen my friends vomiting on the way. We don't want that to happen.
Sure.
It is a group activity. All of us, we need to go safely and come back safely. For that to happen, we need to be safe, and we shouldn't be doing what we should do what we should be doing. and we shouldn't be doing what we shouldn't be doing.
Fantastic session. Thank you very much. I think we are running out of time, and I will hand over to the next session, which is again interesting session by Jenny. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go.
Put it on mute and put the next.
Over to you, Christona.
Okay, thanks, Subbu. Good morning to everyone who's joined early on a Sunday morning for this session. This session is about how to keep and maintain an aquarium. I think we live lives which are quite busy and can be quite stressful. So having something to do outside of work is always very helpful. And I think your session, Subbu, on trekking is more of an outdoor experience. And I think hopefully Jenny's session on maintaining an aquarium would be for those who are more internal and who want to kind of have something within the house. So I've known Jenny for many, many years, like even from my school days. And his passion for having an aquarium and fishes kind of extends for a long, long time, both inside and outside the house. So Jenny's a pediatrician by practice. And I think he's got a lot to say about how to maintain an aquarium and keep one. And I can see one in the background as well. So over to you, Jenny. Make the start.
Thank you. Can you hear me, guys? Yes. Yeah, that's my little aquarium in the background. Good morning, everyone. It is still very cold here for me. And thank you for giving this opportunity to speak at 5 o'clock in the morning. It's very kind of you guys. So of this introduction, when you said that you knew me and you know about my fishing aquarium skills. Yes, I thought that we know plenty about it. But when I came to this country, when I set up an aquarium, there are plenty that is still unknown. So the commonest thing which happens in most of our homes, I think, is our children saying, "Mommy, Daddy, I want a pet." I think that's a standard thing from most of the families. And I'm sure every child who wants a pet, they always want a dog. Maybe somebody wants a cat, and then we may trade for something else, maybe a hamster, a guinea pig, or whatever. But what usually happens, there's always some obstruction. Usually there's a mother who will say no for a dog. And for obvious reasons, selecting what pet do you want? We have big problem. A dog or a cat, you have a poop collection, which is a problem for at least until they are trained. They may be toilet trained eventually, and then you may not have much of an issue. Your dog can keep you fit. You will have to wake up in the morning, take your dog for a walk. And if people like indoors, that's probably not the best pets you would want to. The reason being, yes, your child wants a pet, but it's not the child who's going to look after her. I think whoever has a dog at home, that you would have realized you bought a pet for your child, and then eventually it's you who is looking after it. It happened to me when I went to India. I bought a lovely Dalmatian for my daughter. Not me, not my daughter, not me, but was my poor in-laws, my mother-in-law who was looking after the dog. So we had to trade in. So the other option is to have a guinea pig or a hamster or a rabbit. They can be noisy. You can lose them. They can escape out of their cage, and then you lose them. However, the subject which we are going to talk into, a fish, that's one thing you're very sure that you're not going to lose them out of your tank. So fish. Why not? Why not we have a fish? Well, the main thing is it is confined to a selected premises, and I'll say within inverted commas, it's easy to maintain. Initially, it is very difficult, but then once you're experienced, I will say it is easy to maintain. We'll come to that in a minute when I say easy to maintain. And in the modern world, to have a dog, it is much better if you have a sort of bigger house and a lot of space for a dog to exercise. Otherwise, they have their own problems. Whereas if you have a space constraint, having an aquarium is easy. You can set it up. You can select the size of your aquarium. You can set it out in your own space, a small space. It may just be a small pot where you have one fish, but everything needs a little bit of planning. Again, financially, depending upon what you can afford, you can start anywhere between 25 quid and you can go up. Sky is the limit. You can go up and up and up, depending upon your interest, to be honest. Again, that's one thing. When we say, why don't we have an aquarium? One of the commonest response you get is, dogs, they respond to you. They show their affection. It's not just the dog, it's the fish. They respond to you as well. I can assure you, when I come near the tank, my fishes, they definitely come closer. They're expecting food, yes, but certainly when I have 2, 3, 4, 5 tanks now. When I come near the first tank, the fish on the second tank, they are alerted already. They are already rooting for me to come and feed them. So yes, the fish, they can respond to you as well. And there are plenty of, I would say, stories or real life incidences which has happened. The big one, the Vastu fish, which they have in India, they are very well known to alert the owners if there is a new person in the house, if they have any bad intentions. These fish, they can alert the family, and they become so restless. And it's been well proven. And certainly there is one incident which, again, not a first-hand information. There is the owner of a guy who was sat in the living room, and that man, he had he had diabetes insipidus, he had a hypoglycemic fit. And this, he had a single fish in his tank, and this was so restless. It was just splashing all around. And just from a noise, apparently, his wife responded, and this guy was saved. So these are stories, informations which may or may not be true, but fish, they do show some affection. So if you decided aquarium it is as your pet, then you can go ahead and have an aquarium. This is my aquarium. So the one on the top is a tropical aquarium where I have a few varieties. As you can see, a lovely little colorful varieties of fish there. And on the bottom, it's a cold water fish, or traditional goldfish. Again, goldfish is not just gold, you have colors in it. So in the, yeah, those are my fish. So you can see lovely, vibrant colors of both my tropical fish and my cold water fish. So that's where it comes to how to set up an aquarium. How easy is it? Well, in India, it's easy. You just go to a shop, buy whatever size aquarium fish tank you want, come back home. Maybe you on your way, you're actually getting a few fish, come home, tank, water, fish, you're done. It's all set. Whereas it's not the same here. It's not at all easy in here. But that's an obvious reason why it is not easy. The mentality in India, the aquarist who is selling fish for you, he just wants to sell a fish. And if you take the fish home, if the fish dies and you come back and buy more fish from him, he's much more happier. Whereas the aquatic center here, they don't let you do this. They want you to set up an aquarium first. They want the aquarium to become stable and make sure that it is stable, and then gradually introduce your fish into the tank. And there is regulations as to how many fish you can have in your tank. Everything counts. So for me to get a first fish into my tank, it took a few weeks. I was really frustrated. But then he had his own authority, and he was absolutely right in delaying me to set up the tank, because when I slightly cheated, saying my tank is already set, few of my fish died. So that is a method behind their madness. So first of all, when you're setting up an aquarium, you need to know the compatibility issues. There are plenty of fish. You cannot let all the fish to be in the same tank. For example, if you have your Malawi chicklets, you don't want your mollies in there. The Malawis are going to feast on your mollies, and you will have no mollies next day. They are very well-known predators. They eat on the other small fish. You may decide to have a goldfish in your tank, but if you are having a goldfish, then you don't want any plants in them. Goldfish are going to just eat and spit on your plants, or they're going to uproot your plants. So you might have planted a lovely plant in your aquarium, but next morning you'll see them all floating because they are going to uproot the plants. And there are a few fishes who are fin clippers. They are so ferocious. They clip the other fish's fin, and they nip a fin, not just a fin. They can nip the whole body. And the beauty is the fighter, but they are so ferocious. You just want one fighter in a separate spot. You don't want more than one male fighter, and if you have more than one, it's survival of the fittest. There's only one which is going to survive, and otherwise the next one is going to be torn into pieces and it's going to die. And then you need to decide what kind of tank do you need. You have your cold water setup, which is the cold water tank, the tropical one, which needs everybody believes that tropical aquarium needs a lot of maintenance. Actually, it is not. It is still easy to set up. Then I will discuss briefly about planted aquarium. These are sort of freshwater aquarium. All your cold water, tropical, and your planted aquarium, these are all freshwater setup. When the planted aquarium, where you have plenty of plants inside, it sounds very aggressive, much time consuming. Actually, the initial setup is difficult. I won't even say difficult. That's a process which you will enjoy to do it. And once it's set up, that's the easiest to maintain. You wouldn't even have to clean your tank, because you create an ecosystem, and the plants in the tank, it looks after the ecosystem, and it allows the new fish to spawn, and you have your offsprings there. So the planted aquarium is something which is very attractive, and soon I will have a planted aquarium. And the next one is the big thing is a marine aquarium that needs a lot of intense monitoring and intense care. If you don't, then it's going to be a disaster. When we set up a tank, there are a couple of things which is very important. When we first set up a tank, the first something called as a nitrogen cycle, and the other one is a filtration. The nitrogen cycle. So when you have plenty of fish in your tank, the excreta from the fish, and also the leftover food, it creates plenty of ammonia. Excuse me. Ammonia is one of the most toxic substances for the fish, and the slightest ammonia, the slightest amount of ammonia, it can make your fish to suffocate. They can't breathe properly. They just go to the surface, and they will remain upside down trying to breathe. And the amount of ammonia, if it increases, it can affect the fins. It can cause chemical burns on the fish, and your fish are more likely or guaranteed to die. And for the ammonia, it gets converted into nitrites by sort of some some of the bacteria which converts the ammonia into nitrates. These are called as nitrosammonial bacteria. So these bacteria are, again, the most essential thing in your ecosystem. The nitrites are less toxic than ammonia, but still it is significantly toxic. And these nitrites are eventually converted into nitrates, which are good for your system. That's done by the nitrobacter, again, plenty of bacteria which converts them. And the nitrates are good for your system. Again, if it exceeds a certain limit, that can be toxic to the fishes as well. Nitrates get used up by the plants, and if you have plenty of nitrates, then that gets used up for the ecosystem, and you have plenty of algae growing if your nitrates high, and hence frequent removal of nitrates, which is facilitated by a frequent water change, that will help prevent the algae. So when you set up the initial tank, for this nitrogen cycle to happen and to mature, and to have the adequate amount of lesser amount of ammonia, or zero ammonia, zero nitrite, and adequate amount of nitrite, this takes about a lunar cycle, or lunar cycle is about 29 days. But most commonly, it's around 40 to 45 days for you to achieve a standard, a good quality water in your tank. Until then, it is not safe to introduce any fish. So when I'm thinking back, when I had my tank, those guys, they didn't allow me to get any fish for the first few weeks. I didn't understand the reasoning behind it. When I had my tank was so cloudy. It would not settle down for a good few weeks. So I was even very tempted to buy a few fish and leave it inside to see whether it settles. The guys from the aquatic center, they wanted me to bring a sample of the water from the aquarium for them to get it tested. So either you can have your own test kit, and if you know what you're doing, you can have your test kits and you can check the water quality, or you need to take a sample of water to the aquatic center and they test it for you. They tested it for me. They said that your ammonia, that's after a good 2 weeks, they said that the ammonia content is significantly high, and they had to reduce your ammonia. So the initial process of the ammonia getting into nitrates and nitrates getting to nitrates, this is aerobic process. So you need good amount of oxygenation in your tank. Yes, your water has got plenty of oxygen, but but you don't have enough of bacteria in there. So at that time, you will need your aerator, which will provide more and more oxygen, and you need to introduce a little bit of bacteria through the artificially available solutions, which introduces a little bit of bacteria, and from there it proliferates. So when you have a filter, the filter will naturally act as a carrier, a source of your healthy bacteria, which eventually clears your nitrogen cycle, clears your ammonia, and helps your nitrogen cycle. Now, this is where some of the local knowledge helped me. When I was struggling to clear my tank, I got help from my friend who is in India, who has got plenty of experience with fish, and he just gave me one simple advice. He said, don't worry about all your testing and stuff. Just put a money plant with some aerial roots inside, and your tank will mature. And it was magic. I just cut a stem of money plants, stuck it in my tank, and then boom, in a day, my tank cleared. It was like magic. Next day, it was absolutely clear. So the plants, it helps to absorb the nitrites and ammonia, and it helps the tank to mature. So this is how it happens. On the x-axis, you can see that the time in days, and on the y-axis, you can see the nitrogen amount. If you see, initially on day 0, when you set up a tank, and within the first 3 to 7 days, the ammonia level goes significantly higher. And as the ammonia starts breaking down, then the nitrites start picking up. So about 3 weeks, the ammonia goes away, but your nitrite is still in the peak. So still you're not ready. And as the nitrites start coming down, the nitrates start producing. Okay. As I said, nitrates are good they are good. However, too much nitrate is not good for your tank either. And hence, to reduce the nitrogen every now and then, you need to have your water changed. So roughly around 40 days, that's when you have adequate amount of nitrogen and not a significant amount of ammonia or nitrites. And that's when you're ready to get your first fish out of the tank. Then again, you're not going to introduce 10 or a handful of fish into your tank. Usually you're allowed 1 or 2 fish in your tank first, and that creates an ecosystem. And then in a couple of weeks' time, you can gradually introduce fish. Sudden increase in the number of fish population will actually obstruct the system, and that will be harmful for your fish as well. So this is a hindsight. When I was initially frustrated, then I came to know about this nitrogen cycle, and the guys here, they are doing it in a professional way. However, my local help from India made it clear in a different way. Yes, you can mature a tank naturally, or there are other ways to mature, like having an extra plant, or sometimes you can even mature the tank by having one sort of sturdy fish into a tank, which can actually help. So as I said, nitrogen, ammonia is the most toxic stuff in your tank. Nitrates is less toxic, but still it's toxic. Nitrates, it's non-toxic in low content, but if it is high, you get your sustainable ecosystem. That's where your algae starts growing too much, and then your tank doesn't look good. And for this, you need to avoid having algae in your tank. You need to have frequent a reduction of your nitrates, which is by sort of changing your water frequently. Now, when I said aerobic system, this is what happens in the nitrogen cycle, but that is one further step, which is sort of for a very advanced and a mature tank. When you have plenty of oxygen in your tank, and you have aerator, which is producing oxygen in your tank. However, if you have the right soil, your soil forms a nice layer on the top, and at one corner there will be an anaerobic space. Believe it or not, you have a tank with plenty of water and an aerator. But if you have a nice soil at one corner, you have aerobic space. If you create that anaerobic space, if you create that anaerobic space, the nitrates which you have, it's going to be converted to nitrogen. If that happens, your tank is a much more mature tank and it is much easier to handle. You wouldn't have to change your water that frequently. So that is much more advanced. I'm still learning about it, which I will eventually figure out. As I said, it takes about 40 to 45 days for your nitrogen cycle to mature. So when we talk about the freshwater tanks, the ones which we have here, the tropical, the one which I have at home is a tropical tank and a cold water tank. These are all the conventional aquariums. They all need some basic parameters. So the basic parameters are temperature. When I had a fish tank in India, we never bothered about temperature. Our temperature hardly goes less than 27 degrees. So you don't have to worry about maintaining temperature. Whereas in here, where you have extreme fluctuations of temperature, for a tropical tank, you need to maintain the temperature around 26 degrees. However, for your cold water aquarium, for your goldfish, you can manage them in cold water. You need to maintain the right pH. The conventional aquariums which we have, they usually like an acidic pH, somewhere around 6.8 to 7. Well, mostly they work in a pH between 6.8 to 7.8. So the conventional tropical fish, they prefer the acidic milieu, whereas the Malawi fish, they prefer alkaline medium. So you need to maintain the right pH for that. And even for Malawis, there are different types of Malawis. You have your African Malawis, you have your American Malawis. You can't mix African Malawis and the American Malawis together. And they all require different pH. And the tap water which we use, the hardness, it has to be neutralized. Otherwise, that's not going to help your tank either. So even just for a conventional aquarium, there are these basic parameters which needs to be looked at. A little bit about the planted aquarium. These are pictures from the internet, but this is something which I'm going to achieve in the next few months, I believe. So this is how a planted aquarium should look. It looks beautiful. It looks much difficult to achieve. Yes, these are mature planted aquarium, but these are achievable if you do it gradually and if you do it with a passion. So the key things in the planted aquarium is, as I said, we think that it is difficult to maintain a planted tank. However, the planted tank, once it is set well, it is less work to maintain. And however, to set it up, you need to have proper planning, because you're having plenty of plants inside. You're having a little log inside on which your the plants are going to grow, and you need to have the right size. So it is not essential to have a big tank to set up a planted aquarium. Even in a small 20-liter tank, you can still have planted aquarium. The advantages of the planted aquarium is it sort of improves your water quality significantly. And once you have all your planted aquarium, it sets up the ecosystem, and this prevents your algae growth, because whatever excess nitrates it produces, it is used up by all the plants. And there is no toxic substances left over. Equally, all these plants, they produce oxygen, which is going to be used by fish, and it helps stabilize the pH. Fish, the excreta from fish and the respiratory cycles, it produces the carbon dioxide, which is this food source for the plant, which helps them to thrive properly. And when you have plenty of plants around, your fish feels safe. They stay out much more in the open, and they develop beautiful colors depending upon your background. And when you have plenty of fish and plenty of plants, your fish can spawn on it, and the newly hatched fries, they can hide and survive. Otherwise, in my tank, I see there are pregnant fish, and next morning when I come, the belly is gone and the babies are gone too. They're eaten up because we don't have much plants. So they are out in the open, and the rest of the fish, they feast on the fries. So to set up a freshwater tank, you need to have this right size of aquarium for your live plants. You can use some shallow tanks, but the taller it is, better it can be, because your logs can go even higher. And the plants, you can have plants which is fully submerged, or you can have floating plants, or the plants which actually can be aerial. You need to have the right lighting, because obviously any plants, they need light, they need sunlight to grow. Obviously in house you can't provide sunlight. Instead you can produce equivalent lights with appropriate light source. They all need the appropriate substrate. If it is a planted aquarium, you cannot have a bigger gravel. You need to have either a fine gravel or a coarse sand, and you will need the fertilizers. So there are volcanic sands which are available, which you can use it either directly into the tank, or you can use it in a mesh bag, seal it in a bag and leave it inside, and your plants gradually absorb the nutrients from them. Once you have all these things, in the next slot is your plant selection. So you have your driftwood. You place your driftwood with your own imagination, so that it looks pretty in your tank. And once you place your driftwood, you have your smaller plants which goes on it, and there are glues available. The plants are glued in the wood, and it gradually grows on the wood. Once you set up your driftwood, most of the driftwoods are going to drift up. You may have to have some rocks on the driftwood so that the weight keeps the wood down. And then you select your plants. There are varieties of plants which you can select from. So if you can imagine a tank, you have your driftwood and you want to have some background. So you want to have some tall plants which goes behind your wood. So some of the tall plants are the Valisnia, which we all know, I believe. And there are a few varieties like your Sagittaria grasses. So those are really sturdy plants. They don't die that easily. And in the middle, you can have sort of medium-sized plants. The common ones are what we call as large Anubias. And in the foreground, in front, you want to really have the smaller ones, the dwarf Amoebias and mosses and things like that, so that you can actually see your fish. You don't want to have your tall plants in front. If you have your tall plant in front, then all your fish are hidden. And yes, they have a nice house for your fish, but you actually are not enjoying it. Then again, for your planted aquarium, you need to select the right fish. You don't want to have goldfish in your planted aquarium. That's going to uproot all your plants in overnight, and next morning it's going to be a disaster. So you need to have the right balance between your size of the tank, the right plants, just have a bunch of African Malawis. You don't have anything else with them. But as you can see, those are vibrant colors. but that's not a planted aquarium. He has got just some rocks in it, but the one in the bottom is a planted aquarium, where it is just what we have here, like a tropical fish, but you can see the bright colors. When you have planted aquarium, the fish, they themselves become really bright, and they develop vibrant colors. So again, my friend, this is his own aquarium. So he had a marine aquarium. The mermaid in front is just, it is out of the tank. It's not inside the tank. But the rest of the lot, they are real. You can see a starfish. Normally we think that starfish has got only five fingers or 5 legs, but as you see there, you can count 7. And there are varieties. So those corals, those are real, and all those fish, well, whatever fish you see in Finding Nemo, you can't see them all in his house. Without his wife's knowledge, he just let me know how much he spent on it. He had about 4.5 lakhs spent on this tank, and that much of fish and the corals in there. The trouble which he had was corals, the reef, it is illegal in India. So though the ones which he had were slightly illegal, legal, because he was uploading these pictures in Facebook, he had problems from the marine department. They visited his home, and eventually he had to give up his marine aquarium. It's a shame. He's an anesthetist. Initially, he was known as a Mica doctor, and then eventually he was called as a mean doctor. He's from Sangrangovil, and from the Sangrangovil, the school children, they go to his school, his house, just for a trip to look at the fish. And he also had plenty of other pets as well. He's got plenty of birds and stuff. So that's something which, however, to set up a marine aquarium, though, you will need plenty of dedication to it. To set up a marine aquarium, I'll just briefly mention about it. Again, as I mentioned, you have your basic parameters, which is your salinity. You need to have a proper salinity. You need to have the temperature control, which should be around 26 degrees. You maintain the right pH. When I say nutrient parameters, it is basically the nitrogen cycle parameters. You need to have appropriate amount of nitrates and phosphate, and you need to maintain the hardness. When you're having corals, the corals needs calcification. So you need to have the right alkalinity. Otherwise, the corals are not plants, they are animals. So for the corals to develop, you need appropriate calcium for them. So they have test kits. So every day he maintains a logbook, and on a weekly basis, he tests his water, looking at every parameter there, and he marks it down. And he looks at individual minerals like calcium, magnesium, potassium, strontium, etc. If they are deficient in it, he needs to replace it. When I say replace it, you normally have all these chemicals in water. If there are plenty of fish, the fish, they utilize it, and then when they're deficient, you either replace it by changing the water, or you drip all these chemicals into it. So he has a drip irrigation like system, and he counts the drop, and he allows the chemicals to drip into his marine aquarium. And hence, you need a lot of dedication to maintain a marine aquarium. He also has an outdoor pond like this. It's not quite outdoor, but it's like a courtyard which he has inside his house. So open top, and then right inside. It actually has a turtle inside as well. The next thing is about the filtration. When I say filtration, there are three types of filtration: mechanical, chemical, and biological filters. Mechanical filters, which it is basically a machine which removes the solid particles. We think that mechanical filter is the right filter for the tank. Actually, it is not. It just removes the big solid filters, so it is next to useless. And then the other filter which we always use is a chemical filter. For example, if we use the tap water from here, you have plenty of chlorine in it. So chlorine water is going to be a disaster for the tank. So you need to have the right additives that will remove the waste from the water. The chemical, it dechlorinates, so that's the chemical filter. However, the most important thing for setting up a healthy aquarium is a biological filter. So biological filters are basically porous filters. You have varieties, different pore size pebbles. They are sort of rounded structures in it. It helps to filter the water first, and it also has got a sponge which acts as the filter, a second stage filter. However, this sponge becomes like a culture media. It grows it's the growing place for all the bacteria. And these healthy bacteria, these are the ones which are going to essentially build up your help with your nitrogen cycle. So as you hear from me, I think probably so far I've mentioned about this word nitrogen cycle plenty of times. So it is a nitrogen cycle which is the most essential thing for setting up. And your filtration, your aeration, everything, it helps your nitrogen cycle. So initially when I said that in a tank, you will eventually create an anaerobic place. In fact, it is this filter, the filter which acts as a culture media, that's the one which is eventually going to become a anaerobic space. And that's the one which is going to make your tank mature into a proper full-on tank. So if we don't do these things properly, as in if your nitrogen cycle is not appropriate, if you have plenty of nitrates, as in you have plenty of substrate for a plant to grow, but if you don't have enough of plants in it, so this substrate is going to be utilized by some unwanted guests like your algae. Equally, if you're not filtering properly or if you're not aerating properly, the algae thrive on it. And that's how disgusting your tank can look. And even more disgusting like this. This is how my tank looked this morning before I started making all this presentation. So this morning I had to have a quick water change so that my aquarium looks like that, nice and clean, healthy, happy fish. Yes, I have kept them awake as well. While I am awake, I have kept my fish awake as well with the lights turned on. So this is the most apprehensive part for all the parents when you buy an aquarium for your child, because when you have algae, when your tank is dirty, you need to clean it, and most often. And this morning I cleaned it almost by myself. So when I had all the algae, this is how my tank looked from outside, and from inside. You can, on the wall, you can see that there are plenty of algae, and you can, through the wall, you can't see the fish properly. So even my fish, when you have plenty of algae, we think that the fish eat the algae and keep themselves happy. Actually, they are not, because it means that there are plenty of toxins in there. They feel a little suffocated, and they can be seen sort of towards the surface. And that they're sort of finding it difficult to breathe and want to come to the surface to get more and more oxygen. So this is what happened. That's me trying to clean this tank. So we suck the water out with a siphon. you don't have to, like, well, in India, when I was having an aquarium, if I want to have a water change, I take all the fish out, empty the water completely, give a good scrub, and then add new water and put the fish back in. That's not what you're supposed to do. You need to either take 20% or 50%, depending upon how dirty your tank is. You either take 20 to 30% water out or 50% of water out, and then replace it with clean water. When you have a filter in there, you shouldn't even clear the filter in tap water. You just rinse the filter in the existing dirty water from your tank so that you don't lose much of your bacteria, because once you lose all the bacteria, then it takes much more longer to get the ecosystem right again. So there we go, sucking the water out. And then you need to fill the water. Well, because I don't get much help, I have to find my own ways to make it less painful. So I have a bucket in the sink, and from there I use just the water hose. On the buckets, I have a pump which pumps the water from there. So with the water hose, it goes all the way to my tank. Otherwise, I have to make a long trip from my sink to the tank. So I have two reasonably big tanks, so that can be a painful job. So to minimize pain, I do that. What you see there is me adding a few stuff. So the yellow stuff, that the one which goes there is the dechlorinator, because we are using tap water. And the second stuff which I'm using is the biological agent, which provides the healthy bacteria, because you're removing half of the bacteria from the tank already. So you would want to get a little bit more bacteria in there. So a little time lapse of what I did. You briefly saw my daughter coming in to help. So suck the water, scrub the wall to remove all the algae, suck the water out. About 50%, no, less than 50% I took it this time because it was less dirty. Rearrange the plants and then get the water back in. Once the water is filled up, take the thing off, clean the surface of the tank, and the main thing, you need to mop up. Otherwise, my wife is going to kill me. So all these things come as a package. And once you've done that, this is the satisfaction you get. This is how my tank looks now. Nice and pretty, and all my fish looking and running or swimming healthy. Once I have a healthy tank like that, this is the other tank which I have. This is meant to be dirty, because what you see there, these are my baby fish. So I'm sort of mature enough. I know when my fish becomes pregnant, the belly becomes big, and when they're full term, I know how to diagnose. They become so slow on the belly, they develop a black spot. That means they're nearly ready to deliver. So then I move them to this nursery where it gives birth to all these babies. If these babies come in my main tank, these will be eaten up within a few minutes. So these are my few baby. Actually, when I say few, I couldn't count. There are plenty there. This is my new addition today. It's a fighter fish. It's one of the most prettiest fish. However, these are the most ferocious guys there. So on the left, you can see, well, it's one, you can have only one male fighter in a tank. And he's housed in this nice new tank, which we bought from Lake District when we went for this Scaffold Pike hike. When I have a fighter fish, so when I said about breeding, getting babies from my previous fish, those sort of give birth to young fish, young fry straight away comes out. Whereas different fish have different ways of breeding. When you have breed fighters, It is one of the most beautiful things which you can see. This is something which I've done plenty of times in India, which I haven't done it here, which I would really do in the coming months. That, and hence, as a first stage, I bought the male fighter. Now I will have to find a female one. The way it happens is they lay some bubbles on the top, and then the male fighter, it entices the female by going for a mating dance, and then it makes a female to release the egg, which you can see here now. It's a YouTube video. So it's the male fighters. There we go. On top, you can see plenty of bubbles there. So the male fighter lays a lot of bubbles, preparing the scene, and then male fighter will chase the female to get under the nest. So initially, it will be very violent when it does so. But once it is the right time, the female it gets ready, it goes under the nest, and then she stays with the head pointing down. And this guy, he dances around it, and then he squeezes her. As you see, that's the dance. It may take a few attempts for him to squeeze her properly. Once he squeezes, and then you'll soon see the eggs which will come out. There we go, that's the egg. So it squeezes the eggs out. And then what happens is the male, it goes and collects all these eggs, and it saves them in the bubble. The female can help the process of saving the bubble, eggs into the bubble as well. You can see this eggs coming down. And there we go. The male goes and gets all the eggs. It swallows some air as well, and with that air, it places them into the bubbles up there. I know we're running out of time, so I'm going to fast forward a little. So once all the once all the eggs are out, once the female has done its job, the male knows that there's no more eggs, and then it will chase the female away. There we go. That's chasing the female away. It chases it to a corner. It will nip the fin. It will kill the female fish. This is the time. You need to take it. Otherwise, the female fish is going to die. Now, you can see the female fish. The fins are nipped already. And it's a male which will look after the eggs, and it will wait until the egg to hatch, and it will look after the babies. Very responsible father. So, to sum it up, we know that there are plenty of different types of aquarium. As I said, it's a cold water aquarium, tropical. You have a planted aquarium. You have marine water aquarium, and also you have outdoor aquarium. It is very rewarding. My wife says, well, it's a complaint she makes. Whenever I come from work every evening, the first thing I do is go to my fish tank. Both the fish tank, I switch on the lights, I sit with them, and then I go out, look after my plants, and then come and talk to my wife or my children. This morning she was complaining about it. It can be, you can make it economical, or you can as I said, sky is the limit. You can spend as much as you want. There are aquatic centers, they can hide the prices and it doesn't come in your credit card bill. You pay extra charge for that. Colorful, you have varieties and different characters of fish, as you've seen. And you have definitely a beautiful calming effect looking at the fishes, whatever time of the day, whatever is your mentality, you just sit in front of the fish tank and you will have a nice calming effect. Thank you for watching, guys. Any questions?
Thank you so much, Jenny. I know you mentioned that it was like a simple talk and easy, but I think the complexity is just meant kind of seen by the number of slides and what you mentioned. So I think we've got a question here, like, especially for beginners, I think not for people like you who have been doing it for a long, long time. What would you suggest? I know you mentioned that tropical is easy and the cold water is the same, but I think as a beginner, if one were to start an aquarium here in this country, what would the advice be? Which one would you go for? Clearly, it's not going to be the marine one, but which one?
Yeah, both tropical and cold water, obviously it is easy because you don't have much to do. However, what we get here, you have a full setup. You have a tank. It comes with a lighting possibly. You will have a thermometer which is there. You will have a filter in there. You may or may not have a heater depending upon what you want. Well, in fact, you will get a heater. But if it is a tropical, you set the heater in. If it is a cold water, you don't set the heater in. That's as simple as that. You may want to, once the heater pole which you have, it will have a thermostat in there, and you adjust it the right number, which is about 26, and within 24 hours, you will achieve the temperature. So it is not a difficult job at all. You want to keep it slightly away from a cold window, because if it is cold, then there will be fluctuation of temperature. But still, if you have a heater inside, and as long as your heater is working fine, there is no fluctuation in temperature. My tank has been set up for nearly 18 months, I would say, and I haven't had a single day to worry about the temperature fluctuation on my tropical tank. So I won't say that tropical tank is particularly difficult. So to me, both of them are same. So depending on what your choice is, do you want your just a gold fishes, or do you want a vibrant color? Because in tropical fish, you have different sizes, different colors. And so it's a personal choice. Both of them are easy for beginners.
I think there's a question from Prem here. I know you mentioned sky is the limit, but how much does it cost, like average, to set an aquarium being reasonable?
Right. The one behind me is the 140 liter tank. To set that up, it literally took about 140 pounds to set the tank, but then the fish, a pair of sort of the red swordtail, the swordtails or mollies, they are about 2.5 to 3.5 pounds. But I'm talking about small ones. The bigger it is, slightly expensive, but it is not too expensive. And goldfish, you're talking about again 3 to 5 pounds for a pair. I'm saying for a small to medium size, but for the bigger it becomes expensive anyway. So for cold water fish, for a good 200 pounds, you can set up a nice big aquarium. Having said that, you have your small 20 liter tank, which is about 30-40 quid. And for 50 pounds, you can start a aquarium.
I think we're running out of time here. We've already been like 6 o'clock, but I think there's one last question I just want to ask before. I think there's an attendee here who wants to take the easy way and say, can I buy a fully mature tank? Is that possible without doing the hard work?
No is the answer. I don't think that's a possibility unless you go and buy from one of your friends. That's the only option, but there is no aquatic center who has a fully mature tank. You need to start from scratch. That's the fun. That's the fun in setting up an aquarium. I know you all want to have an outcome straight away, but If you start from scratch with a little bit of advice from any friend, I can help. I have helped set up a small tank in Suresh's house already. So I can help. With a little bit of help, you can set up easily. So let's do the proper way rather than going the shortcut.
Totally agree, Jenny. And thank you so much. That was a wonderful talk, and I hope it's inspired many people to set up an aquarium. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jenny, if you could stop sharing your screen for us, please.
Yeah.
Can I start?
Yeah, Rupa, go for it. Yeah.
Yeah. Mira, do you want to put the video on? Yeah. Hi, everyone. Good morning. A very good morning in this part of the world. And it's my real pleasure to introduce Dr. Meera Raghavan now, my very good friend and classmate of 32 years. Where can I start about her? She's good in everything she does. So, you know, she's a gold medalist 32 times. Will you believe it? Yes, 32 times. The best outgoing from Madras Medical College and from PGI Chandigarh. She is a senior urogynecologist at Apollo Hospitals. She was trained in the Northwest and was a consultant here near Manchester. So here she is to talk about lifestyle medicine. I think we give a lot of importance to curative medicine, but not enough to how lifestyle can prevent and help us reach our goal of, you know, living a quality life. So over to you, Meera. I'm sure it'll be a fun-filled, fun-packed, and a really enthusiastic session. Thank you.
Very good morning to everyone on the other side of the hemisphere. Hello, Rupa. Hello, Prem, and the entire Leicestershire Rice Foundation who are doing a grand job, non-stop 24 hours. It's a great honor and pleasure to be on the same platform as you all and to share my views on what I think is an important paradigm shift in the way we look at ourselves and our patient population as important people in healthcare. So we all have been dealing with disease patterns, the pathology, and symptomatic treatment, and actually de-weeding what is on the surface where we never got to the root of the issue at all in the first place. The lifestyle medicine is about understanding the root cause and addressing the root cause of the problem. So we do not need to deal with multitude of medications and a big entire list of medications which we dish out to our patients willy-nilly. So if you may permit, I shall share my screen of my PowerPoint and we'll take it from there. I'm sure you're able to see the outline now.
Yes, we are. Yeah.
Go to slideshow. Yeah. So what is lifestyle medicine? I call it the war against NCDs for people who are not medical. Down there, NCDs is non-communicable disease. So far, even this century, we've all been combating, and in fact, the whole world has been at war with the COVID pandemic, which is a communicable disease, as we all seen with our own eyes and our experiences heightened the alert and the alarm which created worldwide for the humankind. Unfortunately, I have to mention the fact that the people who lost the battle to this communicable disease were people with non-communicable disorders or chronic illnesses that was evident from various demographic studies and patterns, not only in the subcontinent, but across the world, where the fatality due to the COVID infection was in people with multitude of chronic ailments such as diabetes, being overweight, cardiac issues, respiratory problems, kidney disease, liver disease, hypertension, so on and so forth. So even in the context of a contagious pandemic, our war still remains against the non-communicable diseases, for which creating awareness about what exactly it is, the prevention, the primordial prevention, the primary prevention, reduction of complications, reducing the rate of progression, all very important to healthcare professionals, the patients themselves, individuals, the family, carers, the kith and kin. So that is why I chose this topic as an important point to address various issues attendant to the healthcare problems. So what is lifestyle medicine? We will have an introduction to it. What do we mean by the NCD pandemic? There is a very fresh perspective for combating this particular disease itself. What are the pillars of lifestyle medicine, and how we are all shifting our focus to patient-centered rather than pathology-centered. So no more when a patient walks in, we will be presenting as she is so-and-so, hypertensive, diabetic, with cardiovascular disease. No. Does she exercise? Does she eat well? Does she have any stress factors? Does she smoke? Does he consume alcohol? Does he sleep well? And thereby has developed these kind of issues. So these will be the focus change and how we deal with an individual. So no more it is pathology-centered, it's patient-centered. In fact, we are moving the reins of control of a particular lifestyle disorder from the healthcare provider to the patients themselves. So they are in control of the situation, they are in control of the disease, and they are in control of the factors which contribute to the aggravation of the disease. So non-communicable disease is the leading cause of death, as you can see from this pie chart, which many of us are aware. Significant proportion of our population succumbed to cardiovascular disease and cancer, and other chronic diseases contribute to the rest of the issues, including road traffic accident. So the real burden for the non-communicable disease is our BMI and the related attendant complications as a result of the increasing BMI. Our BMI range should be lessened. Ideal should be 18 to 23, and like our counterparts in America who conveniently shifted the limit of BMI to a higher level of normal, because the entire population will be then classified as obese or morbidly obese. But we cannot afford to have that kind of BMI range as deemed healthy, because then the complication rate significantly increases if we have not done something about it. And Indians classically, the subcontinent people classically have a tophi habitus, which is thin on the outside and fat on the inside, which is a much more higher risk marker for the evidence of chronic illnesses and lifestyle disorders. And we know that metabolic syndromes are on the rise, and we are the diabetic capital of the world. And also our population suffers from premature cardiac deaths and cancer incidence. In fact, the premature cardiac deaths happen at the age between 45 and 55, which is at least a decade and a half much earlier than the Western population. And the incidence of cancer, especially breast and uterine cancer, which are related to metabolic syndromes, have had a shift to the left in terms of the incidence of age, where 40s will be the peaking incidence as far as the breast cancer is concerned. So lifestyle medicine takes a patient-centered, holistic approach. Pathology takes a back burner. Prevention is the cornerstone. We promote well-being. We are not here to detect diseases. In fact, if somebody comes to us in a master health check or as a routine check, and we find borderline diabetes, we do not wait for them to have full-blown type 2 NID. Yeah. In fact, we will encourage those practices, those habits, which they already have innately cultivated, so that their borderline diabetes or pre-diabetes gets reversed and they do not progress along the spectrum. So that is the difference between what we mean by promotion of well-being rather than treating the diseases and detecting the diseases. Why do we have to do all that? We have the responsibility, the moral ethos to protect the next generation. Everything and anything is now bound to genetic predisposition, including diabetes, hypertension, cholesterol, cardiovascular disorders, sudden premature cardiac deaths, and cancer incidences. Then, what can we do about it? In spite of that, there are multitude of environmental influences which then alter the way these genotypes get expressed during the lifetime. So, multitude of interventions serially or parallelly placed during one's life journey can modulate or even ameliorate the genotype influences on the progression and disease presentation. So that is called epigenetics, and lifestyle medicine fits in well in the jigsaw puzzle, which we've all been hunting as part of the Holy Grail for protecting our subsequent generation from further gene deterioration. This is classically seen in the diabetic epidemic or pandemic, which is hovering around us, especially in the subcontinent. Our grandfather's generation, there was no insulin. People died of uncontrolled diabetes and type 2, and they all died of at 60 or 50s because of the diabetes. Then came the generation where insulin was introduced, the confusion between whether it's a type 1, type 2, and we all became smarter and diagnosed type 2. And we have now moved on and are detecting type 2 earlier on, which is a classical example of gene deterioration, not just our awareness and detection. So it is an onus of responsibility for our generation by introducing these healthy practices so as we can make a good impact on the epigenetic modifications to prevent the next generation from gene deterioration. So lifestyle medicine is a holistic approach. It incorporates evidence and scientific-based rules and minimizes the number of medical prescription, i.e. polypharmacy. So you do not need one medication for borderline diabetes. You do not need one medication for borderline cholesterol. If we address the lifestyle, maybe we can bring down the number of medication and the dosing as well. Why is it relevant? Not only our population, the entire world population aging. We all live longer, therefore die longer. We are aiming now to live our life in a box. What we are doing now is living longer and dying longer with ailments which affect our mobility, our quality of life. We should be aiming to live long and die short, which is what life in a box means. So it's a burden on the healthcare system otherwise, and for the caregivers and the patients alike. And as I said, we are deteriorating our further genes as well. So it is important we all take a step back. We pause. And pause is very important in our rushed lives because we need to think, what are we chasing? We need to think, what are we living for? We need to think whether we are living the right way. We need to think what we are going to do next in the next 10 years or 5 years and so on. And if we think, we will be probably able to jot down 5 important things which we would like to change, which we would like to be better at, which we would like to improve, or which we are not necessarily happy about the way it is today. So, is lifestyle medicine alternative medicine? Is it complementary medicine? No. Complementary medicine is used alongside the standard medical treatment, but it's not considered by itself to be a standard treatment. Example is acupuncture. You cannot believe, or there is no evidence to say that acupuncture alone will cure diabetes. It can help the ways in which diabetes is managed, especially, for example, peripheral neuropathy of diabetes, the pain associated with acupuncture can help ameliorate the suffering inflicted by diabetic neuropathy, may not be curing diabetic neuropathy on its own merit. Alternative medicine is used instead of standard medical treatment. One example is using a special diet treated in, say, your other medicines like your Ayurveda, Siddha, things like that. People go to a completely different stream of medicine to control the problem. Functional medicine is a systems biology-based approach and focuses on identifying and addressing the root cause of the disease. Each symptom of differential diagnosis may be one of the many factors contributing to a particular illness. And nowadays, we are all considering a pro-inflammatory state in our bodies as a primary contributor or a primary reason for many of our disorders, including hypertension, cholesterol, IBS, and certain autoimmune disorders as well. So what is integrative medicine? Combination of holistics, functional medicine, and allopathy, and it includes acupuncture, aromatherapy, dietary supplementation, therapeutic massage therapy, music therapy, meditation, alongside addition to allopathy. There's a separate stream of mind and body medicine, which incorporates yoga, meditation, spiritual healing, and positive psychology. There's a lot of overlap between this and lifestyle medicines, and fundamental approach that respects and enhances each person's capacity for self-knowledge and self-care. Believe me, even healthcare providers, healthcare practitioners who are veterans are not capable of an introspection and do not have self-knowledge and do not practice self-kindness, self-empathy, and self-care. I'm sure all of us, hands on heart, are guilty of this perspective. It's a complete change in the way you think about yourself as being in the fulcrum of many of the healthcare provisions. It is important that we start within ourselves, practicing self-introspection, self-knowledge, self-care, self-empathy. Then we will be able to exhibit and emanate this kind of practice in every single encounter with people and patients alike in our external world as well. So the 6 pillars of lifestyle medicine mainly concentrate on nutritional aspect. I'm not going to call it the diet. The diet in essence seems very restricted. It seems very short term. It seems very short-sighted. So healthy eating and nutritional balance, which the main advocate is for whole plant-based food. So it avoids anything which is not plant-based. It avoids everything and anything which is processed, ultra-processed. So anything which is packaged and tinned and canned should not be in your refrigerator or pantry if you're going towards lifestyle medicine, nutritional pillar. Physical activity and fitness is the second pillar and is very important. Stress management is the third. Practicing good sleep hygiene and having a healthy sleep routine is very important. Positive psychology has a great role as one of the pillars of lifestyle medicine. Last but not least, avoidance of harmful substances is also crucial. For many, food itself is a harmful substance. So practicing the way we mindfully eat, mindfully indulge, and not do things which can be toxic to our internal system is the basic understanding of lifestyle medicine. Say, for example, there is a patient who has diabetes and knows for sure come Diwali, they will have an aggravation of diabetes. They should be mindful of eating and not indulge in those things which are toxic to them. The sweets are definitely toxic. Indulging in a feast all times in a day or every day during the festive something they should be mindful of. And if they need to indulge, they need to make up certain practices by which they cut down on the portions, cut down on the number of times, cut down on the number of days, and also escalate the physical activity which they are doing so as to reduce the harmful effect which the indulging might then inflict upon them. So this is classically what lifestyle medicine advocates. Your plate should be like a rainbow. Eat like a rainbow every meal. Be mindful that you populate your plate this way. Be mindful when you do your grocery shopping this way. Be mindful when you're cooking for your family this way. So myplate.org is a fantastic guide for everyone out there. You do not need to be a healthcare practitioner. You cook healthy, you buy healthy, you provide healthy, you eat healthy, you be healthy. So populate half of your plate with something green, purple, yellow, red, which is all your vegetables. Quarter portion will be your proteins. Proteins come from plants, mainly your soy products, your grains, your nuts, your seeds, and so on and so forth, and whole grains as part of your carbohydrates, which stays in the second half of the second quarter of the plate. So be mindful, and hence, therefore, this becomes the habit. This is a classical example of your food groups, which should be populating each quadrant of your plate. We do not go to the grocery, we do not go to Tesco's or Sainsbury's to buy carbohydrates, proteins, fats. We need to know the food groups we need to buy. We need to know the food groups with which we can make our plate look like a rainbow. So do not count your calories. Do not be obsessed with your carbohydrate protein. This is a rough guide on how to populate your plate with anything and everything you buy. So be wise, be mindful when you do your grocery shopping as well. Exercise and physical activity. Very important to understand that physical activity need not be as a dedicated 1 hour, 2 hours. Ideally, 150 minutes to 250 minutes is the goal for every single adult out there for a single week. 150 for somebody trying to maintain their weight, 250 for somebody going on a weight loss program or venture. So vigorous activity will be hiking, jogging, carrying heavy loads, bicycling, basketball, tennis singles, and soccer games. Whereas moderate activity is light biking, mowing lawn, heavy cleaning, recreational badminton, and brisk walking. So start practicing moderate so you avoid injury and then subsequently escalate it into having vigorous activity. If you're doing vigorous activity, 20 to 30 minutes, 3 times a week, which we call high intensity impact training or interval training, which is a very known program to reduce the weight and also maintain weight for certain people. So indulge in those kind of activities. Have specific goals. What would you like to change? What would you like to do in 3 months' time? Make it measurable. Some people lose weight on the scale, some people lose inches, have a weekly track. Do something which is attainable. Don't get beaten up or don't feel guilty if not done enough. 0.5 kilograms is an ideal weight which you can lose in a week's time. Do not aim for more, because the more you lose and the faster you lose, there is a risk that you can put it on later. Be realistic of what is achievable, because it should also match up or marry up to the amount of calories you're taking, also marry up to your work pattern, marry up to the intensity of activity you're doing as well. If you're not doing a high intensity activity and not very calorie restricted, like others, you might not be able to lose weight in 3 months. You might take 6 months, but that is okay. But that is realistic expectation of what is to be achieved in the time frame you're given, and have time connected. So it's not going to be forever. So you need to do this by 6 months so as to improve your functional status. So have 3 to 6 the goal. Do not do it within 3 weeks. It's not possible, and it might come back as well. The activity types can be either aerobic, which is also your dancing, brisk walking, running, jogging, swimming, biking, playing sports. Strength training, where including weightlifting, your kettlebells, your dumbbells, your whole body weight training, squats and lunges, push-ups and sit-ups. Flexibility activity, just like the stretching and yoga. Balance activity. The last two are extremely important for everyone out there, especially the aging population, especially people above 60. These are the two things which get strongly compromised as you age, and very important to maintain your muscle mass as well as your skeletal mass. So include flexibility activities, include baseline balance activities, such as your yoga, standing on single leg, your tree posture, your Tai Chi, and so on and so forth. How to sustain? All of us are very good in initiation into fitness principles. However, sustaining and maintaining such culture is the challenge for everyone, and all of us are guilty of falling down the stairs and starting from the first rung of the ladder. So we all will introspect today as to what stage of behavior change we are in. Many of us were in pre-contemplation phase where we were unaware of what problems we are harboring or we could potentially carry on. Contemplation is we are aware of the problem and of the desired behavior change we need to adapt. And also we make elaborate preparation to make action or take action. Just like, yeah, I have this vision board. I want to look like this at the end of 3 months. I want to be able to wear this suit, which I was wearing 10 years ago. I want to become this BMI. My diabetic range should be this. My food habit should become like this. My sleep should be 7 hours, so on and so forth. Then you introduce the action and practice those kind of behaviors which will help you achieve what you wanted to do. So practice makes you perfect. And maintenance works to sustain the behavior change. This is the biggest challenge. That is when you need to connect with people who do similar things. Curry Watches by Raji and Errol has been an excellent initiative for us to derive inspiration from and keep accounting ourselves back and forth to people who are inspirers, who are mentors, and see how we are able to sustain this behavioral change within ourselves. Multitude of challenges will come across your way. Your family, your responsibilities, bereavements, functions, family occasions, family weddings, travel, business, work stress, kids, name it, you will have it. Nevertheless, how to keep maintaining and sustaining this behavior change where you have tried a long way to achieve and you do not want to slip off and fall just because you're not able to sustain. So the FIT principles is what is important for your physical activity. Frequency, how often are you physically active? Intensity, how hard are you training? Time, how long you're spending? And type, and what kind of activity you choose. So ways to stay fit, we do not recommend 1 full hour. You can be active throughout the day. Bursts of activities, clusters of activities is as good as 40 minutes exercise. To 10 minutes spread around the day, fantastic. Keep moving. That is what is important. Have a peer group where you can resonate your views, use as a sounding board saying, guys, I've been a couch potato for the weekend. I need some motivation. What shall I do? And they will nudge you to move better so you can keep going during the week. Have a coach and a personal trainer that is feasible. Hit the gym if you can derive motivation looking at others. Join an online group if you're too shy, or if you're a loner, try and do with a program which is personally or customized. Functional training is very important. We all should be able to do what we have been doing as a child or a young adult. So no need to aim to become Mary Kom or become a heavyweight champion. That is probably not what your aim is. If you're able to squat on the floor, do your prayers, get up comfortably, walk without creaky, breaky bones, that is functional training. You should be able to do what you did as a child, and that will enable you to stay that way till you hit the grave. So functional training is very important. Understand movement is medicine. And the most important Tarak mantra for anybody and everybody out there, enjoy what you do what you enjoy. That takes us to positive psychology. There is a very distinct definition, difference between positive psychology and positive thinking. A clear example of what I tell people about positive psychology and the difference between positive psychology and positive thinking. You have a muddy puddle. You have to cross the puddle. you are in your interview suit and you want to cross the puddle. Positive thinking is, oh, this is just a puddle, not a sea. I will cross it and it's okay. I am good. And then I'm not getting upset. I will cross. And you end up in the puddle all dirty. This is a mental hype where you are not taking into consideration the limitation of the situation which you're presented with. That is positive thinking and does not help at every situation. It can be a stressful situation. It can make you drained as well, mentally hyping yourself all the time. Positive psychology is where you address that there is a puddle. You're aware there is a puddle. You really need to protect yourself from becoming dirty. You find ways to circumvent the puddle and make your way across. That is positive psychology. You do not get depressed that the puddle is in the way. You do not get stressed that you'll have to go to the interview and not do anything about it, but you find ways to circumvent the puddle and go on. So that is positive psychology. It is harnessed by this theory of well-being, which is called the PERMA theory, where you have positive emotions within yourself. You engage with those positive emotions. You engage with relationships which enhance your positive emotions and find a meaning to the action, which are then going to reward and kind of reinforce these positive emotions within you, and then you accomplish or achieve a particular task. So this takes us on to stress management. Everything is not stress. There are some things which are called eustress or good stress, and something which are called distress or bad stress. This is a new perspective, as we all know, because we all need some kind of stress. Otherwise, we will not be a go-getter. We should have a target. We should have something to aim for. That kicks in the ability in us to achieve better. That kicks in the psychological motivation. That kicks in the energy. So everything should not be considered as stress. Eustress is actually good for our physiology. So balance, family, future, career, all about life is actually good stress. Family cannot become distressed. Future cannot become distressed. Career should not become distressed. If it's becoming, then probably you're not enjoying what you're doing. So it's about, think about a career change. When it becomes distress from a relaxed ability in a work atmosphere or in a situation, you are trying to cope with it. When coping becomes stretched, becomes stressed. When stressed becomes even more worse, then it becomes an anxiety, and anxiety could lead to heart attacks and atrial fibrillation. So it's very important to understand the concept of distress and its effect on the cardiovascular and cerebrovascular system as well. So again, we go through the lifestyle medicine pillars, which will contribute to relieving stress, of which nutrition has a very important way to reduce stress. If you keep on indulging in highly sweetened, highly salted foods as a comfort from escaping stress, it will contribute to further cortisol in the body, further adrenaline in the body, further aggravation of stress, and a synergistic effect on the health system to cause further deterioration. So be aware of what you're eating even at times of stress. Next important pillar is sleep hygiene. Sleep hygiene is paramount, and developing a sleep routine is very, very important. So create a very healthy routine so that switch off all your screens. Blue light in the bedroom is bad for sleep. So do not have any blue light in the room. 30 minutes before bedtime, switch off all your screens. Do not charge your phone by the bedside. Do not take alcohol and caffeinated drinks at least 3 hours or 4 hours prior to sleeping. Have a light meal. Have a meal which is okay in carbohydrates. Do not starve yourself, and that is at least 3 to 4 hours before bedtime. 25 minutes before bedtime, have a routine of brushing teeth, maybe a moisturizer on the skin, a hair routine. which then tells your clock neurons. The clock neurons are very interesting neurons in our body, which regulate the biological rhythm. That is why you get up in the morning, you get a nature call. That is why you get up in the morning, you would want to go out for a walk. These clock neurons get disturbed when you travel time zones, when you are doing shifts, and so on and so forth. By establishing a sleep routine, you then incorporate your clock neurons to get back into synchrony and thereby have a better sleep quality. So 20 minutes before bedtime, read books, and bedtime is time for hugs and switch off lights. Social connectedness. This is something which is extremely important pillar of lifestyle medicine. We all connect to each other and stay connected and positively engaged in relationships. So 3 years back, I was not that good on social connectedness, then made a pledge to myself. In a month, I will talk to 7 people who I have not talked. The reason I chose 7 is about rainbow and everything becoming colorful, including your plate. So whom I have not reached out to in many, many years, I would do that in a month. And believe me, that has really paid off in the way you look at things. When you think only you have problems, you talk to people, my goodness, the number of issues they have to face, you feel you're the most blessed creature on earth. So these kind of emphasis and reinforcements help you have a very positive outlook towards life and keep going with the same enthusiasm and energy. Avoidance of harmful substances is very, very important because tobacco, recreational drugs, food in itself, as well as alcohol, will cause significant impact on the health deterioration. This is a classical example. After 1 week of smoking, quitting, patients develop better sense of smell and taste, better lung for 30%, and extra carbon monoxide out of the system. Lungs recover within 3 months and less than your risk of heart disease to half within a year. And within 5 days of quitting smoking, the entire nicotine is flushed out of the system. So even a single cigarette is bad. And if you're quitting smoking, you are back to normal like anybody else and reducing the risk to your health system by more than 50%. Lifestyle medicine is a proven intervention for diabetic reversal and remission, weight issues, cardiovascular disease, cancer prevention, autoimmune disorders. I've had a patient who I met recently over the last 18 months. She's lost 21 kilos and she's off all her biologicals and steroids for her nephrotic syndrome and her rheumatoid arthritis. It's fantastic. It's brilliant. It's positively reinforcing. It's gratifying to see such effects on our clients as well. Pregnancy is a beautiful time frame where pillars of lifestyle medicine can be emphasized. Unfortunately, the convention says do not move, but now people have to be moving all the time during pregnancy. Bed rest is a complete no for anyone and everyone who's pregnant, and healthy eating and not eating for 2 people has to be emphasized strongly. Her lifestyle medicine pillars also reduce aging effects, also prolonged the deleterious effects of the aging on the body by enhancing telomerase activity and also preventing loss of the telomere. We all know telomere loss and telomere shortening have profound effects on the aging as well. So lifestyle medicine pillars have an impact on aging as well. So I'm happy to take questions. I would like to acknowledge my dear friend Rupa and Prem for this wonderful opportunity. Of course, my congratulations and commendations to Rise24 who are doing this as a charity cause with excellent presentation and interesting topics. And a big hi to my dear friends Raji and Gomes. I have to express my special gratitude to my dad, who always inculcated that movement is medicine. He used to walk 10 to 20 kilometers almost every day. My soul and soulmate, Dr. Raghavan, my life coach, Dr. Sheila Nabiar, my mentor for lifestyle medicine. I have my 2 good friends, Dr. Pablo and Sendil, down here in Chennai, who keep inspiring me about training. and my personal trainer, Dr. Aridas. Thank you all for listening.
Oh, my, Meera, where do I start? That was such a comprehensive, excellent talk. I'm very much fond about lifestyle medicine, and that's why I involved you, but I learned a lot. Thank you so much. In a nutshell, you talked about epigenetics, all the different kinds of medicine, complementary, integrated, how they complement each other. And I really liked the way you touched on self-care, self-knowledge, self-empathy. We are not kind to ourselves. The 6 pillars of lifestyle medicine, food as a harmful substance. நம்ம தமிழ்ல நம்ம சொல்லுவோம் இது கூட ஜாஸ்தி ஆயிடுச்சுன்னா நஞ்சுதான், அமிர்தமும் அளவுக்கு மீறினால் நஞ்சு. So food as a harmful substance. And as a senior gynecologist, obstetrician and gynecologist who practices, high risk obstetrics, I'm glad you have put it out to the world that pregnant ladies should move, not be literally bedridden, as is says in some of the communities, and not eat for 2. So thank you for reiterating that. And I really liked certain things like the fit and the hit, so that you remember the frequency, and the clock neurons, how important sleep is to us and how our biological clock should be awakened. So there are some questions. I would like to ask one thing to you. So you're a robotic surgeon, you're a senior surgeon in Apollo hospitals in Chennai, you go around the country. So how, as a surgeon, you got interested in lifestyle medicine, which seems like contrary to me?
Yeah, I know. That's an interesting change, actually, because I practice urogynecology. Urogynecological patients who come to me suffer from quality of life disease. They are not having life-threatening problems. So, and with all this litigation going around tapes and stuff like that, what I introspected within myself as a practitioner and find out is 85% to 90% of my patients are completely immobile. They're not even walking what they're normally supposed to be walking. They are in their early 60s. They suffer from terrible incontinence. They are morbidly obese. 50% would have had sleep apnea. They have bedwetting. They are always on diapers. These are literally younger women who otherwise would love to travel to the States to look after their grandchildren. The only time they would come to me is I have to take a flight. My daughter and son are in the US. I have to lift the newborn kids. I do not want to wet their carpets. What should I do? They have not addressed their diabetes. They have not addressed their weight issues. They have not addressed their sleep apnea. They have not addressed their hypertension. But they want a ready fix for their incontinence. And we know, with evidence base, when we learn that 50% of incontinence just gets better with 5% weight loss. And I felt so incomplete when I say, go and lose 5% of your weight, you'll become all right. How do we do it? What should I be telling the patient? How do I tell the patient what they are supposed to do? And how do I objectively see that this is happening? And how do I achieve 100% success of my treatment? Because I very well know, even if I put a tape in these patients, if they are continuing to be overweight or increase in weight, the failure rate of these tapes is going to be significant. And they'll come back to me and blame, you put the tape, I'm still leaking. I cannot go back and tell them, excuse me, you put on 7 kilos. So how do I bring about this change in them as an authentic, authorized person who has the credentials to do so and still carry on my surgical practice?
Okay.
To improve the outcome which I get with my interventions, lifestyle medicine has become part of my practice. And I'm glad and I'm grateful to my mentor to have enabled me to do this.
Oh,
it's in fact enhanced my practice.
Yeah. And there are questions, but continuing on with my first question, I just wanted to ask you, for doctors here and non-doctors, non-medicos in India and in the UK and across the world, how do you register for lifestyle medicine?
There is a very good, yes, there are three important colleges. You have Indian Society of Lifestyle Medicine, your American College of Lifestyle Medicine, and British Society of Lifestyle Medicine. I registered with British Society of Lifestyle Medicine because I used the COVID time to enhance whatever I could do out of the box. So COVID was a blessing, to be honest. So British Society offers a comprehensive program where you have both online videos, online talks, and a foundation manual and course which you can complete offline with stipulated number of hours. And you take up the certification examination or diploma examination, which is a 4-hour exam with 150 questions, which are problem-based solving as far as lifestyle medicine goes. We have a study group, we have peer group, we have mentor group. You can liaise with everyone. There's an annual conference. The conference has just happened in the UK, and you have a certificate, number of hours to complete, and a case study from your practice where you have introduced the pillars of lifestyle medicine and what changes you have objectively and subjectively. So these are the requisites for somebody who's willing to take up lifestyle medicine. It has become a streamlined practice. Menopause is a classical example where lifestyle medicine does wonders. People do not know why they're putting on weight. So PCOS, menstrual disorders, cancer screening, cancer prevention, patients who are borderline diabetes, adolescent obesity, pregnancy-related weight gain, GDM reversal, beautifully lends itself to lifestyle medicine pillars. So people who are interested, anybody can do it. I would strongly encourage this to be part of the medical curriculum. I think there is a move towards it. Yeah. That is the strong move towards is that we are all very guilty and feel very embarrassed. In spite of knowing all this, we ignored social and preventive medicine. And that was the class we would be willing to cut or mock around. But unfortunately, I've developed such a liking to it. So I feel guilty and bad about it. Maybe if we made it interesting, people will understand why that is also relevant in the current scenario.
Yeah, but you still managed to get a medal. So I'll stop there. Yeah. So my good friend and colleague, Priya Gautama, I think you know her. So she says, great talk, Meera. You touched a bit, but any top tips on keeping the motivation on to continue?
Motivation on to continue will be your peer group and friend group supports, especially who are fitness oriented. So I strongly nowadays believe that if I have to have a celebration for some achievement, I would rather not go for a dinner. I would seek out friends who would otherwise go on a trekking or a cyclothon or a walkathon. That kind of practice change helps us maintain these things better. Otherwise, invariably in Indian culture or culture anywhere for that matter, any celebration, we hit the dinner table or we cook elaborately. Cooking was a means of showing your love and affection. I think I have moved on from that and trying to incorporate as much as fitness orientation. You still can cook, but in indulging in food and feasting rather than fitness would not be the way forward for maintenance of behavior. So definitely alteration in our thinking process. Having similar-minded friends helps a lot. Peer group and fitness groups helps motivation and prevents it dying down.
Okay. Thank you. So this is Prem. Prem's question to you. Hi, Meera. Great talk. How do patients identify doctors who support lifestyle medicine?
These are all part of the lifestyle medicine directory, which is in the British Society for people in the UK, and for Indian Society, we have an ISLM society. You can browse these websites and you find all the practitioners. They are from various specialties. Some of them are from community medicine, some of them are pediatricians, some of them are endocrinologists, people are obstetrician gynecologists like myself, some of them are family physicians. We even have ENT practitioners because many of them deal with sleep apnea. So the multitude of specialties across the board. And I'm very proud to say that we do a regular coaching session for the IBLM preparation of the Indian Society. It's a weekly Sunday class, and we have a group which is very active. We have a research board. We are now trying to create an Indian portfolio diet for reducing cholesterol, which will keep away from statins. So, because statins are known to have its own side effects. So, the Indian way of portfolio diet. We do not have diets prescribing apart from the Western or the Mediterranean diet, but what we translate to an Indian subcontinent cooking is very important as well. So we're working on that as part of our research.
Please do share with us when you're done with that. Yeah.
Sure.
So Hema Kannappan, another of my very good friends, she says, "Hi Meera, what tips would you give your patients if you were a pediatrician practicing lifestyle medicine? I believe habits form at a young age. Thanks."
Hi Hema, very good question. I believe habits form at a young age, and we as parents are also guilty of developing certain habits from childhood. As fussy mothers, we want to feed our children, if not overfeed them. And it's a very wrong concept that, the peer group and the relatives also keep telling us, oh my God, your child looks very puny, you're not looking after, give more milk. I don't think that is a correct attitude, because milk has its own deleterious effects. And they are not the same pure milk which you probably your grandmother would have got. So discouraging overfeeding, enabling the children to keep moving, the my plate pattern to start at the family dinner table, no two separate cooking for people who are health conscious and for kids, avoiding buying anything which is packaged or processed in the fridge, buying sweets, candies, those things have to stop completely. Avoiding ketchups, rather you can make your own salsa or guacamole. That would be preferable for the kids. Encouraging them to have a lot of veggies and insisting potato is not a veg. Potato comes under the starch group. So introducing sweet potato as an alternative to potato, still enabling them to have these kind of jacket potato kind of dishes, not restricting them, but helping them make those healthy choices by themselves. So role modeling as a parent also helps, I believe. It is a challenge because we have all gone one circle and become only wise at the age of 50. Probably we need to do that much earlier.
Okay, Saran Drairaj, another good friend of ours, he's a pediatric cardiologist. So he asks, deep nutrition, fasting regimes like intermittent fasting, epigenetics, gut biome, are they part of lifestyle medication?
They are so much part of lifestyle medication. They are the present and the future. They used to be the past, but we were oblivious of it, I guess. So fasting, apoptosis are all part of our culture, but we conveniently ignored all of that due to our rushed lives. And gut biome cannot be overemphasized. This is something I passionately believe in because I deal with a lot of patients with IBS and bladder pain syndrome and chronic pelvic pain. There is a lot of correlation between stress, lack of sleep, and aggravation of chronic pelvic pain and interstitial cystitis and so on and so forth, relevant to my practice. That is because of the gut biome. And interestingly, apart from the brain, the second organ which has the highest number of neurons and neuronal connection is the gut, which is why we say I have a gut feeling, or we say food for thought interchangeably. And anybody who has stress, has a diarrheal episode, is because of these neurons getting excitable. So, and that is pretty much related to gut microbiome. And the gut microbiome has been studied extensively. I'm sure all of us know about it. People who are diabetic have a completely different flora compared to who are not diabetic. People who are obese have a completely different flora compared to people who are thin. They are sweet-loving bacteria, fiber-loving bacteria. We have to now relearn the habit and help our gut adapt to fiber-loving bacteria to get rid of the sweet-loving bacteria. And that is what the change in the teaching for many of these obese patients who struggle to maintain their weight happens. And fecal transplantation is being an thing in many of the gastroenterology forums for people who develop recurrent sepsis, uncontrollable inflammatory bowel disease, recurrent UTI. So fecal transplantation is an in thing. It's not of the future, it's a present thing. So yes.
Then my dear husband Prem asked this, I'm sure he's targeting me. How do you encourage patients who are non-vegetarians to move to plant-based food?
Plant-based food is a challenge, even for people who are vegetarians. We constantly would like milk-based products, and paneer and so forth as protein contributors to a vegetarian diet. One thing I have learned from my mentor and lifestyle medicine is that there are fantastic plant-based proteins, which is what many of the non-vegetarians will say, there is no protein in your diet. So include your nuts and seeds, include your soy products, include cashew butter or almond butter, include peanut butter. These are all excellent sources of protein in your diet and can be alternative sources to milk as well. I do my soups with almond milk. I do my dressings, salad dressings with cashew butter. And I use coconut milk as a base for certain things, which is unsweetened. I use soy milk 1 cup, which gives me reduction of cholesterol benefit as well as protein base for my protein requirement. So these are ways which we can slowly introduce mindfully these plant options. It's hard. It's not easy. You will crave milk if you're a milk person. You will crave animal products. But I do not say cut it down completely. Reduce the number of portions you have in a week and slowly increase your whole plant-based food. That is most important.
Thank you.
If you're denying yourself everything, at one point you will give way and then will indulge more. So do not restrict.
I think that's the end of the questions. I would just like to ask you one more question, one or two, if I may. There's 3 more minutes. So how long have you been practicing the 6 pillars of lifestyle medicine, and what are the changes or the greatest change you have seen in your life?
Okay. I would say now 4 years, but it has been a challenge. The reason why I woke up to it was I had a lot of eczema suddenly developing, and I wondered why that was. And I realized it was due to some inflammatory way I was eating, and I was not exercising in a good way. So, which is why I thought I need to address these life issues and also to be able to give better advice to my patients. Believe me, I have become such an exercise addict. If I don't do my walking or my exercise routine for a day, I feel incomplete. I have never been an athletic person. I have never been an exercise enthusiast. If this is the change which we can see in ourselves in a matter of just 24 to 36 months, I think we can make a huge difference to our kids. We can make a huge difference in our next generation, which is why I brought about the epigenetics. Yes, it is rewarding. It's addictive in a good way. It gives happy hormones. I think I've become a better human being since I've embraced lifestyle medicine.
Sorry, I forgot a couple of questions here. It's on the Q&A. Gama, one of our friends, I think we have a couple of minutes. How long does it take from beginning the lifestyle changes to seeing its effects, example, i.e. positive?
Within 2 weeks, you will see that you're losing inches because all your retention of water goes away. You sleep better. Your puffiness of your under eyes goes off. You feel much more energetic. You do not sleep during the daytime, or you do not feel sleepy. You do not need to drag yourself to work. You look forward to the day, and you're not having adrenal fatigue at the end of the day. This is a very important concept. I learned about this from my coach and my mentor, and I can understand what they mean now. The adrenal fatigue we are all having, we do not know, because of the stress and the bursts of activities and the lack of exercise. We are coming to a situation by 8 o'clock in the evening where our body will just give way and we are not able to do anything. You would not come to that. Your energy will be at a similar level throughout the day, and you sleep fantastically like a baby.
Thank you. And final question from Rupert Sundaram, Prem's brother. Can we still follow lifestyle medicine being a non-vegetarian?
You can. And I'm sure Dr. Prem does, being a pescatarian. So you please go ahead. That is nothing wrong. All that I'm saying is be mindful of the my plate. Populate, you can have your animal protein, but populate your plate with veggies as well. There are people who are strictly non-vegetarians. That is something which has to be discouraged. I would not discourage having animal protein every day, provided you populate the plate with veggies. Veggies, i.e. no potatoes.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, Mira. I think that's spot on time. Thank you for that lovely, very, very inspiring talk. And I think as busy practitioners, as busy mothers, fathers, I think we need to look after ourselves and actually take it forward to the next generation. So thank you for a lovely, inspiring talk. And have a great day. Yeah. Bye.
And congratulations to Rise 24 for such a wonderful venture. Keep going, guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Satya, you ready to talk?
Yeah, 1 second, just put the lights on. I don't know, it's still light. They can't see me. Can you see me?
No. I'll put this one off. Yeah, Satya, we can see you.
Okay. Yeah, I'm happy.
Sorry, who's the trainer? What's he called? I can't see the attendees.
Ahmed Jilani.
Because
doesn't matter.
is it body recomp? I can see some body
recomp. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, we are promoting him to panelist. Is joined.
Yeah, I have it.
Thank you.
Hey, morning, Satya. Morning,
Morning.
others.
Satya, you're ready to start?
Yeah.
How are we this morning? All good?
Yes, good.
Good,
So,
good.
welcome you all to the morning gym session with Mr. Ahmed Jilani. To keep the body in good health is a duty. Otherwise, we shall not be able to keep the mind strong and clear. This is a quote from Buddha. So I don't have to say much about how important it is to have this healthy lifestyle and exercise. So it's a great pleasure to invite Ahmed Jilani to our Rise 24 webinar. He's a software engineer by profession, but for his passion for exercise and healthy lifestyle led him to become a nutritionist and fitness coach. So he's a certified fitness and nutrition coach. He's been doing this for over 6 years now. So his nutrition program, it's a 12-week regime, and over 150 people over the world had benefited from his individualized dietary plans. And secondly, he runs the strength training sessions, and he does it face-to-face and online, virtually. And we have benefited from the virtual platform. And myself, Priya, and Hema, we've been doing this strength training with Ahmed for at least for a year now. And I definitely have to tell you, I have benefited immensely from this, and it has improved my running. So I always tell Ahmed, by doing one thing, it also helps you to enjoy what you like to do. So thanks very much. And I wanted, if anybody wanted to connect with Ahmed, he is on Body Recom on Facebook, and Insta, it is Body Recom AJ. So these are the two things, but we will take questions at the end and we will help you with, okay? So over to you, and he's going to give us a live session. And please, those who are joining, keep your cameras on, so it will make it be interesting for Ahmed too. Thanks.
Yep. Thank you. Thank you for the lovely intro, Satya. So I will not eat up any more time and straight away get us moving. Yeah, I think, it's if people can have their cameras on, it also helped me make sure that you're doing everything right and your form and technique are right. I'm not sure if this feature gives you, this current webinar feature gives you that facility. If not, I would assume you all are doing it right, and I will show how to do it from my end, and I will tell you to repeat it for X numbers. At the moment, I can only see Satya's video. So I'm assuming Satya will be, my sort of, an instruction guide from here on. All right. Okay. So let's just have a quick stretching and a rotation warm up, and then we'll slowly move into some of the exercises. All right. So before we start anything, generally a good, at least a moderate warm up is highly recommended to prevent injuries. So let's start with some body rotations and stretches. We'll start with the neck rotations. All right. So for the neck, we'll start by dropping our heads down. Look at the flow. Turn it towards one side, either clockwise or anti-clockwise. Look at your chest, shoulders, behind your shoulders, up in the ceiling, behind the shoulders, chest, onto the feet. Again, same direction, chest, shoulders, up in the ceiling, behind the shoulders, chest and feet. One more, chest, shoulders, ceiling, behind the shoulders, feet. Now in the opposite direction, shoulders, behind, ceiling, shoulders, feet, shoulders, ceiling, behind, shoulders, feet. The last one, up, shoulders, feet. All right. Next, from the neck, we'll move down to the shoulders. All right. So stretch your arms. Yep. Bring your palms closer to your shoulders. And now we are going to do forward rotations as well as reverse rotations, okay? So for forward, roll your elbows, bring them forward, pointing towards the front by closing your pec muscles. Take your elbows down towards the sides, all the way up. Squeeze your chest, bring it forward. Nice slow rotations. We're not doing it in a hurry. So making sure that there is enough blood flow into the muscle groups that we are working on. All right. 3, one more. All the way up, squeeze, bring it forward. All right. The same thing, reverse rotations. Now we're doing the same by taking our elbow all the way up, rotating it backwards. And while rotating it backwards, making sure our back, our lats and traps are getting squeezed, bringing them down, all the way up. Big squeeze of the back, all the way up. Big squeeze of the back. Last one, up, big squeeze, get it down. All right. Now let's move on to some spine twist. All right. So arms in front, shoulder high. All right. Shoulder high. And from here towards any one direction, towards your right or your left, nice gentle turn. Turn as much as you can while keeping your body in the front, but your upper body twisting all the way. Slowly come back to the neutral position. Onto the opposite side. Hold it for a second. Slowly bring them on. Again, first go to the first side. Come back. Second side, all the way. Slowly come back. The last set towards the first side. Slowly come back. And the last one towards the second side. And slowly come back. All right, now we're slowly moving down the body. Now we're going to do some hip rotations. Okay, so we're going to have a big circle drawn with our hips. All right, so nice big. So clockwise or anti-clockwise, whichever. So push your hips towards one of the sides and then push it back. And now to the opposite side. And then thrust your hip forward. Again towards the side. Back, sides to the front, sides, back, sides, front. Yep. Have about 3 to 4 rotations. Now let's go to the opposite direction. Okay. So if you started by pushing it towards the right, now push it towards the left, all the way back. Big grind. Thrust it towards the front. Again to the sides, back, sides, front, one more, back, side, front, side. All right, okay. Now let's do a bit of side stretches, okay? So for which I want you to take a nice big stance, wide stance, all right, okay? And then either towards your right or your left, slide your hand through and your other arm, bring it all the way up, close to your ears, and then stretch it out. Hold it for a second, feel the stretch, slowly come back to neutral standing position. And then transfer of hands, transfer of sides. Again, onto your thighs, knees, ankle, and the upper hand close to your ears, parallel to the ground. And slowly come back. Just 2 more on each side. Slide your hands through. Upper arm close to the ears. Feel the stretch. Slowly come up. Opposite side. All the way down. Just 1 more on each side, and then we can move on. Again, towards the first side, all the way down, all the way down. Feel it. Feel the stretch. Slowly come up. Onto your second side. Slide it through, nice, smooth, gentle movement all the way. Feel it. Feel it. Slowly come back. Okay. Now, while still you have your stance wide, you're still going to do a bit of a stretch with this stance. Okay. Now bend slightly. Reach forward as much as you can. If you can touch the floor, well and good. Reach forward, reach towards the side of your legs. Now reach towards the back. Now slowly stand up and give a gentle bend to your spine. Just a very gentle bend, depending on how flexible you are. Come back to neutral. Again, forward reach. Reach towards the sides. Reach towards the back. Slowly stand up. A gentle bend. The last one, again, forward reach. Towards the sides. Towards the back. Slowly stand. And a very gentle bend. All right. Okay. Now let's stretch a bit of our legs and then we can get on to some more workouts. Okay. Now raise one of your legs. Hold it. Squeeze it towards your chest. And with your feet, just wiggle it around in the shape of number 8 about 5 to 6 times. And making sure that you're squeezing your legs towards your chest. You're done with your first leg, move towards your second leg. Hold, squeeze, wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Okay. And back to your first leg now. Hold it towards the back. Pull it towards your body and slightly in the upward motion. And feel the stretch in your thighs. If you don't feel it, bend your body forward. Feel all the stretch. Hold it for about 5 to 6 seconds. Slowly drop your feet. And grab your next feet. Squeeze. Feel the stretch. Feel it. Feel it. Slowly drop your feet. Okay. Now get on one knee. Yep. One knee on the floor. One knee raised above. Okay. Hands on your top. Don't pressurize, just to place your hands. Now move your entire body by stretching your groin area. All right. So push your body forward. Feel the stretch in your groin. Hold it. Hold. Slowly come back. The same feet. Push forward. Feel the stretch. Feel it in your groin. Body upright. Don't lean forward. Keep your body all the way upright. Yeah. Come back. Last one on this leg. Press forward. Feel it. Feel it. Feel it. Slowly come back. Change of legs. And when in position, press forward. Hold it. Hold it. Slowly come back. Once again, press. Hold. Hold. Come back. The last one. When ready, press. Hold it. Hold it. Come back. All right. Just sit on the floor and grab your feet together and have some butterfly flaps, about 10 to 12 flaps. And then that should be good. Yeah. Spine upright, chest out, flap. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. All right. Okay. So when you guys are ready, let's get on to some squats. Squats is a leg focused workout, but then it involves not just your quads and your glutes and your hams. It also involves your core muscles as well by default. Okay. So the way to do the right squats, okay, we'll start with just doing the body weight squats. Okay. And if you have a dumbbell and if you want to use the weights, absolutely feel free to do them. Okay. So the correct way to do squats is you're going to be standing shoulder width. Okay. Neither close to each other, not too wide. Okay. Just about shoulder width. and toes slightly pointing outwards. Okay, so this is parallel. So this is slightly pointing outwards. All right. And the way we get started is we're going to use our hips first, okay, not our knees. So two ways to go down is using the knees and going down, okay, and the other one is using a hip to go down. So the way to do it is use your hips, thrust your hip back, okay, and then bend with your knees after that, okay. So thrust it back, get parallel to the ground, come back, and your chest still out, your back still flat, okay. Don't crunch, don't couch or crunch like this, okay. So back straight, and let's do about 8, please, yeah. When ready, keep going, down, hit parallel, come back, all right, yeah. Down, hit, come back, that's 2. Down, hit, come back, 3. Down, 4. Again, down, up, 5. All right. 6, 7, 8. All right. And take a little breather. Take a small little breather. And then we can have one more set of 8. And whoever is wanting to use your dumbbells, you can hold it onto your chest, depending on whatever weights you have. You can hold it onto your chest. Same stance, all right? And push your hip back, and you can sit along with that, okay? Completely up to your comfort zone. Okay, shall we have one more then? Set of 8. And ready? Yep. All right. Thrust your hips back. 1, okay. That's 2. Thrust. 3. Thrust. 4. Yep. 5. 6. 7. 8. Good, good. Take a breather, take a breather. All right. So while we rest our legs for a bit, we're going to work our upper body a little bit. All right. Okay. So even before we go into push-ups, we'll just do 2 exercises which will help in enabling doing the push-ups better, okay? And then we'll go on to push-ups a little later, all right? So push-ups involves 2 things. One is strength while holding the weight at the bottom, and the second thing is holding weight at the top, okay? So this is the bottom position, and this is the top position, all right? So to be building strength, we do it in 2, we'll split it into 2. So first we'll do with some shoulder taps. So get into your push-up top position. All right. As if we're going to do a push-up. While at this position, I want you to tap your shoulders, alternate hands, maybe 10. So 5 on each hand. Okay. When you guys are ready, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And take a small breather. Yep, a 10-second breather. And when ready, we are going to do the next one. That will be, you're going to lie down on the floor, okay, with your hands besides your chest, all right? And I want to lift your body using your hands as if you're doing a push-up, okay? So from here, drive it by your hips, okay, so that you don't do this one, okay. Drive it through your hips so that your hips come off, okay. And from here, I just want you to push your body up, come to this position, and then slowly drop your knees, go back down, okay. 5 reps of those. When ready, hips, Entire body up. Drop your knees back to the floor. When ready, tight core, push, drop your knees on the floor. When ready, tighten your core, push, drop your knees on the floor. 2 more. Ready, tight core, push, drop your knees on the floor. Now when ready, tight core, push, drop your knees on the floor. Okay, take a bit of a breather there. Breathe, breathe, breathe. Let it settle down. All right. Okay. Now we'll go back to our legs again. All right. So another leg workout would be what is called as lunges. Okay. So we'll do some lunges. We'll do what is called as a static lunge. That means we will work a few number of repetitions on one leg and then move on to the next leg. All right. So the way to get into a lunge position is, this is shoulder width stance. I want to take one of your feet forward. Okay. And the main thing to notice is the gap, the distance between both the feet should be still shoulder width. I don't want to place it right in the front. Okay. It's not getting it in the front. Okay. If your shoulder width apart, straight shoulder. Okay. Have the space and gap between your feet so that your balance is even. All right. And when you get into that position, and for complete beginners, if you're out of balance, use your hands, hold to a wall, sofa, chair, whatever is nearby. Okay. So just get into that motion. And when in this position, drop your back leg, back knee, bend it, drop your body weight close to the floor. While your upper body is still upright, push yourself back. Okay, and then hold that position. Okay, let's do 5 on each leg. Okay, when ready, drop your back leg, up. That's 1. Again, drop your back leg, up. That's 2. Drop your back leg, up. 3. Drop your back leg, up. That's 4. The last one for this leg, drop your back leg, up. That's 5. All right. When done, now have change of legs. All right. Alternate your legs. And when ready, again, shoulder width distance between the legs. Back up, chest out, all steady. When ready, drop your back leg, up. That's 1. Ready, drop your back leg. That's 2. When ready, drop your back leg, up. That's 3. 2 more to go. When ready, drop, up. That's 4. Last one, core tight, drop your leg, push it up, 5. Good. Good stuff. Yeah. So that'll be static lunges. 5 on each leg. Making sure that both your quads as well as your hamstrings are both involved in that. All right. Okay. Now again, we'll go back to a bit of an upper body. We'll try and do some push-ups. To make things easy for whoever is on the session, let's get started with what is called as a wall push-up. Okay. So all you have to do is find a wall. Okay. Stand about a couple of feet away from the wall. Now, push-up position hands. All right. Drop onto the wall. Okay. The hands almost in line with your chest height. Not too high and not too low. Okay. In line with where your shoulders and your chest are. From there, don't sink in your hip and your midriff body. Okay. Don't get this motion. Hold your core tight, your glutes, hips, and your core tight. And now take a deep breath. Hold your core tight. Get your chest forward. From here, push your body out. Okay. Again, when ready, get your chest forward to the wall. Push it back. 2. Let's do 4 more. Okay. When ready, push it back. Chest to the wall, push it back. Chest to the wall, push it back. Again, chest to the wall, push it back. Last one, yep. When ready, chest to the wall, push it back. Good, good. Nice one, nice one. Good stuff, girls. Yep, good. All right. Now, second, we will do the same thing with our half of the body still resting on the floor. Okay, that's called as half push-ups. All right. So whoever is not comfortable with a half push-up on the floor, you can still carry on doing it on the wall. All right. But whoever is willing and ready, we can do the same thing. Knees on the floor, hands shoulder width, okay? Not too wide, not too close, just about shoulder width, all right? And the position is, if you see where my shoulders are, that's exactly where my hands are. It's not forward, it's not behind, okay? Straight where my shoulders are. My knees slightly behind where my hip is, slightly behind, okay? If you can, raise your feet off the floor, okay? Now, again, holding your core tight, you're going to go down by bending your elbows. And the thing is, don't pop your elbows outside, okay? Try and pop them backwards, okay? You should be able to see the difference. This is sideways, and this is backwards, okay? Side, back. We wanted to go back, okay? So from here, elbows back, drop your body forward, push it with your hands and chest, back. All right, let's do 6 of them. When ready, nice and slow, hold your core tight, drop your body forward, push. Ready, drop your body forward, push. Ready, forward, push. Just 3 to go. When ready, body forward, push. 2 to go. When ready, body forward, push. Last one. When ready, body forward, push. All right. Now, whoever is able to proceed to a full push-up, the very same process, just lift your knees off and then just carry on, okay? I'm not sure how many are comfortable, so we'll just stop it there to give you an idea of how to do a half push-up as well as to start off with a wall push-up. All right. Take a breather and then we'll move on to the next one. Take another 10 to 15 second breather. All right. Okay. Yep. And whenever you guys are ready, we'll just have one another small variation of the squats. Now what we're going to do is something called as a sumo squats. Okay. So this will need you to stand really wide. Okay. So this was our shoulder width stance. Now we are extending it further. All right. And whoever has got a weight in hand, hold the weight in between your legs. All right. And the way to do it is I'll just show you a couple from the front and the side, and then we can do just a few together. All right. Now with this wide stance, the process remains the same. All right. Hip, pushing it back, and then you're going to bend your knees to go down while your body remains upright as much as possible. The weight not far away from the body, still close to your body with straight hands, okay? Not going forward. From there, all the way down, push it up. All right. So from the front, wide stance, weight close to your body, push your hip back, all the way down, push yourself back. Okay. So can we have 6 done together? All right. When ready, hips back, down, up. Ready? Hips back, down, up. When ready, hips back, down, up. 3 more to go. When ready, hips back, down, up. When ready, hips back, down, up. The last one, hips back, down, up. Good. You should be feeling a little on towards the inside of your thighs. If you're feeling that, you've done it right. All right. Good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah. Now, we haven't worked our back very much, okay? The back side of our body. And generally to do that, we need some sort of a weight because we can't use like for chest, we did our push-ups. For legs, we are doing squats and lunges. For the back, we do obviously need some external weight so that we can use our back muscles to lift and stretch and do all of those motions to strengthen our back. All right. So take another 10-second breather. And while you take that, I'll show you what is called as a bent over row, a single arm dumbbell bent over row. So we need some weight for that. You have to get into this sort of a position. All right. Hands and legs on the floor to start with. Grab a weight. All right. And whilst in this position, what we're going to do is, as if you're rowing a boat or we're pulling a string, all right? We're going to use this dumbbell, use our back muscles to pull it all the way into our body by squeezing our back and slowly bringing it down to its position. All right. So the key difference is this is just lifting. This is my lifting motion and this is my rowing motion. So from the front, you should be able to see. If I'm just lifting, just my arms to lift, my back is not getting involved. But if I have to row, I'm rowing. Can you see the difference? Lift, row, lift, row. All right. What we want to do is row like a boat. Okay. And elbows pointing up and squeezing your back and slowly coming back down. Okay. When ready, shall we get 6 on each hand done? Okay. Into your positions. When ready, elbow up at the top, squeeze, bring it down. Elbow up, squeeze, down. Elbow up, squeeze, down. Elbow up, squeeze, down. 2 more. Elbow up, squeeze, down. Last one, elbow up, squeeze, down. Okay. I'll take a 5-second breather and change of hands. Nice deep breaths if you want. All right. Again, on to second hand. Elbow pointing up, squeeze, bring it down. When elbow pointing up, squeeze, bring it down. Elbow up, squeeze, down. 3 more to go. Elbow up, squeeze, bring it down. All the way up, squeeze, down. Last one, elbow up, squeeze, down. All right. Take some breather, take some breather. Good, good. All right. Now, the most simplest way of strengthening your core is going to be some planks. All right. So the way to build core strength is by doing more planks fundamentally, apart from all the other exercises that are available. So you don't need any equipment. You just have to get your posture right and slowly increase your timing. It's going to be a mix of people, I understand. So let's just target about 30 seconds of planks together. All right, we'll do 30 seconds of normal front planks, and we'll do maybe 25 to 30 seconds of side planks. All right. Okay, so before we get the timer going, let's set it for 30. Even before that, I'll just show you the right way to do it, and then we can all do it together. Okay, about 30 seconds. So before I start, all right, so elbows on the floor. All right, again, elbow in line with your shoulder, neither forward nor too back. Okay, and your feet on the floor, knees off the floor. Now this, if you can see, my hip was slightly up, isn't it? And my head is drooping down. So we're going to flex it. My hip comes down, my head looks a bit forward. Okay, so from here, I'm just dropping my hip, my head goes up, looking a bit forward. All right, now this is more of a straight plank. Okay, so try and achieve close to this, but it's always easier when you hold your hips high. If you're a complete beginner, if that's what is possible, that's fine, but try and get to the normal neutral position. If not, eventually we can get there. Okay, so let's not do a very long one today. We'll start something small. Let's start 30 seconds. Okay, slowly get into your position in a count of 3, 2, 1, start. Keep breathing. Nice deep breathing. All relaxed. And by the way, we are half the way down. Just 12 more seconds to go. Hold your core tight. 5 to go. Yep, that's it. Drop your knees. Get to position. Good. Nice one. That's a standard normal plank. We can also strengthen our side obliques the very same way. You just have to get into side planks. Okay. So to get into side planks, elbow on the floor, body towards the sides, legs either one on each other, or for balance, you can cross it. Absolutely fine. Okay. Whichever is comfortable. So when you get into your position, slowly raise your midriff up. Okay. And this hand on the sides or side of your body, you're going to hold it like this. Okay. So this is a side plank. Okay. We'll do it again for 30 seconds, and then we'll follow it with the right side. Whichever, if you're on your right side, we'll follow it up with the left side. Let's get our positions in a count of 3, 2, 1, start. Up. Hold it there. In case you're losing balance, use your second hand, support it for 2-3 seconds, go back. Okay. Try not to completely drop it off. Use the other hand to support, get back to position. And that's halfway done. Another 7 more seconds. 3, 2, 1, drop. Use your hands support, get back. Very good, very good. All right. Take a breather for 5 seconds. And let's do it to the opposite side. Very same. Shoulders, elbow, in line. All right. Slowly get to your position in a count of 3, 2, 1, start. Same thing. Core tight. Keep breathing. And if you tell you want to take a break, this hand support it, go back. Okay. Don't stay there for long. About 2 to 3 seconds is good. And we got another 10 more seconds. Doing great. Keep it up, keep it up. And that will be 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good. Drop your hands, get back. Excellent, excellent. Good stuff, good stuff. All right. Now, another most commonly used simple exercise would be what is called as a crunches. Okay. Let's try and learn to do some half crunches. Okay. So the key difference is when we say crunch, a lot of people would want to come all the way up, all the way till here. That's again called as sit-ups. It's another beneficial, but then even what is more beneficial is stopping it half the way. So just come here 5-6 inches above the ground and slowly go back. Up by 5-6 inches, slowly go back. All right. Now the key is to slowly go back. Don't try and do it with momentum. And the target is just below your chest. Okay. Your upper abdomen. The slower you go, the more engaged the muscle group is going to be. All right. Take another 10-second breather. And then when we are ready, let's do 6 crunches. All right. Okay. Yep. So feet on the ground. Yep. Body nice and slow. Close your back. Yep. Again, when you're coming up, try and breathe out while going back. Inhale. Okay. So when ready, come up half the way, slowly go back down. Okay. The going back has to be much more in a slow and controlled manner. When ready, up, slowly go back. And ready, up, slowly go back. When ready, up, slowly go back. 2 more. When ready, up, slowly go back. The last one, when ready, up, slowly go back. All right. That'll be a crunch or a half crunch. So that'll focus on your upper abdomen muscles. Okay. Now, a couple more things that we can do for our abdomen. One would be what is called as a Russian twist. All right. Very effective. Very good. I can show you that and we can do a few together. So the standard is slightly back. You got to sit on your back, slightly lean back, your feet off the ground if possible. But for beginners, heel on the ground. The way how much you lean is completely dependent upon your flexibility. Okay. Now grab a weight, anything, a dumbbell, a kettlebell, a bottle of water, a big fat dictionary, whatever you have in your hand. Okay. All right. You're going to be in this position. Keep the weight very close to your body. And what you're going to do is shift this weight from one side to the other side. Now there are 2 ways I can shift it. Okay. One is using my arms. My body remains upright and straight. I'm looking forward, no change in my body. This is me swinging my arms. Okay. This doesn't work my abdomen muscles. What will work my abdomen is, now my arm is short, so the weight is closer to my body. And from here, I'm twisting my body. Okay. I'm twisting my core to get it close to the floor. Bringing it back and twisting the opposite direction. Bringing it back. Okay. You're involving your core muscles to transfer the weight. Okay. This is what will work your actual abdomen core muscles. Okay. So let's do maybe 12 reps together, 6 on each side. All right. Yeah. Depending on how you feel, your feet on the floor, off the floor, completely up to you. All right. Okay. Let's get started on a count of 3, 2, 1. Start. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. All right. Relax in a bit. Relax in a bit. Okay. Fair enough. Okay, so before we close for the day, we'll just do 2 high intensity workouts, okay, and then we can call it a day. The first one will be a mountain climber. Most of you would be familiar with. Just do it together for a rough count of 25 to 30 or something. And then we'll take a breather, and then we'll finish it off with what is called as burpees. All right. So before we get on to mountain climbers, I'll just show you quickly. Okay. You're going to get into a push-up position. But now you're going to push your hips up. Okay. From here, you're going all the way up. And you're going to, with count, you're going to bring your knee forward closer to your elbow or to your chest. Okay. So you bring it like this with your feet dangling on the air, all the way up, taking it back. And the opposite feet all the way up, taking it back. All right. So just to quickly show you, as the count goes, it will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right. So the quicker you can do, the more better off it is. All right. So let's do for a quick to moderate count of 25, and then we'll take a breather there. All right. I'll try and keep up my counting as well. Let's see how it goes while I'm doing. Okay. When ready, in a count of 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Drop. Breathe, breathe, breathe. If you have a bottle, take a sip. Breathe, breathe, relax. Yeah, take another 10 to 20 seconds more, and then we'll finish the day with what is called as burpees. I'll show you a slow burpee and a full burpee. Depending on which you feel comfortable, you can go on with that. All right, so slow burpees for somebody who's a beginner, and a full burpee anybody who's comfortable doing can do. So burpee again is going to be a HIIT exercise. It contracts and expands your body, and you'll finish it off with a jump. All right. So in another 5 seconds, I'll show you both, and then we can do about 5 together maybe. Okay. So a slow burpee is where you drop your hands in front of your feet. Okay. You're taking one leg towards the back, second leg towards the back. Again, one leg towards the front, second leg towards the front,